Wait for it. And we're live. Hello and welcome to Quang Gang, episode 41. Finterest rates. Much wow.
Epic.
Yeah. They really are much wow.
I like that name.
I'm living for interest.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for being here as always, which is awesome. Reporting live out of Dubai. This is freaking awesome here. Those who follow me on Instagram know what's up. It's going to be audio only for me because I'm at my friend's place, and due to OPSEC being respectful, which is always what you should be, just the center of the camera. But nonetheless, the content is always going to be as vibrant. So thanks for being here. What up, FutureUs? What up, Wells? What's good?
Man?
Hey.
Living the good life and just doing the math, man.
There you go.
Okay,
Shout out
for
to
me,
people.
this is supposed to be a family-friendly channel, and I'm a little bit adults only in my face department at the moment.
So FutureUs got into a scooter accident. We're so glad that he was wearing a helmet.
Oh wow!
And we're gonna give him a psychological test today by asking him some tough questions about hex.
Oh, cool.
Good. I like that. What's up, everybody in the chat? Thanks for seeing, guys. Always. I'm alive. I'm alert, and I feel great. That's cool. It's only 4:40 a.m. here, so we're out here wilding.
And what's been going on with Wales before we run the intro?
Oh man, I'm just busy in the background mostly. Can't really talk about what I'm working on, but it's keeping me extremely busy. And when it actually is something I can talk about, it'll be good, very good. So yeah, just stay tuned. Don't mind my inconsistent streaming. Just know that there is stuff going on in the background. So
Cool.
yeah.
I caught your stream on Saturday. It was great.
Thanks, man. Yeah. What the hell was that even about? I don't even remember, man. There's just too much going on. What was that one about? Fuck, I can't even remember. I'll have to remember.
It was macro as always.
Yeah, but it was a specific thing. I just can't remember what it was about. It was a specific topic.
Why don't you talk about fixed product?
Was that what I was talking about?
Some of it, because I caught the replay. You were there for like an hour, and obviously you did the update on the market as well, and then you were talking about yield specifically and fixed product. That's what I caught.
Yield curve inversion. There you go.
Yeah.
Interest rates. That's what it was. There you go. Yeah, it's crazy.
My phone memory kicked in. Even
what it is that we're entering a point in time where people, you better be ready if you're not. So
2017 plays is in the cards right now. You know what I mean? Ethereum doing its thing, and then after that, don't be left behind. And I doubled down on my tweet. I'm telling you, people trying to argue with us and try to argue with the math. Meanwhile, share rate just keeps running. I'm like, this was the bottom, man.
19,213.
We'll get the audience ready right after this intro.
Let's do it.
Well, you guys were right about the t-shirt price going up.
Really?
It goes up every day. I have an example that blows my mind, and I want you guys to tell me that I'm not crazy.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right, Matty. Sure.
I'm ready.
We'll
I
fact check
made a stake on day 350.
Uh-huh.
So that was right before the big payday, I think, right?
Yeah.
And so that stake was a 350-day stake. It ended on day 700. And I chose to end it there because it was Bitcoin's birthday for the white paper.
Right.
And so that was October 31st, Halloween. Of course, I had a day off error, so it really came out on November 1st. But anyway, in order to buy back a full T-share,
let's hear it.
How many days do you think?
At least 1.5x. 3x?
Higher.
Wow. 5x.
So, yeah, 1,918 days.
Wow.
To buy back a 350-day T-shirt in hex terms.
1900 and how many? 1950?
1918 is
1918. Wow.
Yep. Because again,
5.5 almost. Not
Yeah.
a coincidence, I don't think.
Because that's what people don't understand. You know, quick math is because that wasn't, again, a 1 day or couple of days stake. That was a 350, almost a year. So even that had a little bit of bonus already factored in. And what Matty is trying to tell people to understand is this is what I mean by T-share acceleration is happening very, very fast. It's going to get to a point where shorter and shorter stakes are going to start becoming meaningless to a point where the yield's not going to be there a year, 2, 3 years from now compared to what it was before. So it is in your best interest to understand that, protect yourself, maximize the system now before it's too late, before the next run up. So it's very, very small, but that's why I told everybody, change your point of reference. Act as if Hex was $1 already, which it will be very soon. And when you start seeing, which we are seeing, again, 30, 50 points move every other day. Sometimes we had almost 100-point move. You blink, next thing you know, we'll be at 20,000 hex per T-shirt. So, and this is still with the crazy, insane, gas fees and stuff. So what do you think is going to happen on Pulse Chain? And also, like maybe we should have a chart like that. Somebody was showing that cool chart about the expiring T-shirts with the color coded to show that a lot of them have already basically expired, so to speak, of just being either good accounted or just haven't exited the system. But when those start to come out, pushing share rate up, there's a lot of things people don't see in the background. Meanwhile, those who knows, right? They stake long, they build their T-shirt preservation. Shout out to my boy Hex McKenzie. He did his T-shirt preservation, stack out money for his kid, and now he's at peace. And they put it on Twitter. So it's just having that understanding is the key, because once again, those who don't, they're gonna be left behind. And foreign sight, it's always 2020, right? Now should I say 2021, right? Since we're moving so fast, look where we are. We're already in November. Time flies, people. So don't just see what's at face value. Understand the plumbing. This is why we're here on Quant Gang. This is why we spend the time breaking down. This is why we tell you like we're oversold like crazy. This is why we're telling you that the real Hexicans, the real strong diamond hands, they're not only they're unfazed, but they're stacking up. The people that get become the liquidity is either the traders, the noobs, and they're the loud minority. They don't do what they're supposed to do. They don't watch Quang Gang. They don't spend the time educating themselves. They just hear, hey, price went up. That's cool. But understand what you hold. So you can also buy the dip and understand that, that 19 cents, like I said, I'll still double down. I believe in all balance of probability. And we're going to show in a chart that was the bottom, just like I tweeted. So, and so far, it has worked out just fine. And we're on our way back up. And it's going to always run faster than people think. Just the other day, right? Almost 50% pump. Just out of nowhere like that. A lot of those can happen. Faster
and faster. There were a lot of people. Everybody was calling 20 cents as the low. It was Super Hex win. It was everybody on the effing hangout. It was Overwatch partners and Karim. That's all I heard from everybody. It was 20 cents was the bottom. And So far, so good.
12.6 cents from me, but then the ETF madness stopped. So
yeah,
I put my face in the ground because I was wrong. Yeah.
I love it. And then on the wick too, because I was fortunate enough to literally almost cut that dip perfectly. On the wick, man, he went up to as low as like 19.47, I think. But that was like on the splits off of like a few minutes because it was like that last capitulation candle. You can only cash down a limit order. You wouldn't be able to cash that anywhere else. But the point of the matter is those people need to understand, like ultimately market makers are the one deciding where the bottom is. So if they're telling you, if I go out there and tweet about it, there's a reason. If I tell you it's the bottom, it's the bottom. you can't push hex down if you don't have any hex. Let's just put it at this way.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about all the selling that's been going on that people just don't understand, and this is really the only thing I'll say about it because it's really this straightforward. This is not a two-sided market, right? It's a one-sided market, and what that means is basically what Karim said. If you don't have any hex to sell, well, guess what? The only thing you can do is buy it. That's it. You can't do anything else in order to push the price down. So what that means is that if you want to do that, you have to literally buy some. So you have to push the price up in order to push it down. So, pretty much straightforward. So,
amen. And by the time we get to the chart section, we want to show again and again the fractal that keeps repeating itself, to explain this is nothing new. And every time Hex does this pattern, which we're going to show again, we showed a little bit last week, but we're going to show again, repetition, mother of all skills. On average, when you exit out of that and that bull flag pattern and then pop up, it's on average 3.7x return. During the big payday phase, it did almost 500%. So this is how easily we could be all the way back up to where we were, plus more, and then on the way to $1. And again, all this interest accrue, all this emergency payout that people had, by the time we go back to where the price was, you're going to see how your wealth tremendously changed. You're going to be like, wow. You're going to experience again the power of Hex, how it's working in the background, yet in your face, but people don't see it. Those who really know it are the people that understand the system. Again, watch our stream, educate themselves, and understand that it's about building wealth.
Very simple, just math.
And some of the sad part, like we talked last week, is that you see that capitulation in terms of like excessive selling that we don't typically see, and that's typically again the function of the new people that are not being educated. Number one. Number two, there's a bunch of traders too. They are the loud minority. They don't understand how Hex actually works because it's a staking coin. That's the main point. They're just gonna cry on Twitter, but that's because they become the liquidity all the time. It's nobody's fault but their own, because we told them what to do. They don't want to do it. So, and then they come crying later. And then everybody else that plays the right way, by the time the next wave comes in, they're just going to move up their class. So, and that's really the key. And we're getting to a critical point. Again, November is here. Hex birthday is soon after that. A lot of cool stuff happening. Like I said, I just got here in Dubai. But we're going to be meeting a lot of people here as well. So excited for that.
Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody who is a regular person to watch the stream, everybody who's a streamer themselves. It's really great to see everybody here on another Tuesday night.
Bang, bang.
So I want to get some consensus here, because I think I've heard in the streams that I've been listening to a little bit of differences on this topic. The idea of the short rolling stakes that are happening in Hex. And I know we've discussed this before, but I just want to get some more clarity for myself, because originally I was down with the narrative that this was people trying to push the share price higher. However, it doesn't seem like that's true based on the arguments that several people have made. It seems like that really doesn't affect it as long as the very early stakes. So my new hypothesis or my new understanding is that early stakes increase the share price. Rolling stakes obscure the future market supply to some extent.
Okay.
Would anybody like to agree or disagree with that?
Well, it's true to some extent. So let's kind of dive into that and break it down, right? Obviously, the first statement is very straightforward, right? Because it's a function of early guy obviously got the lower share rate, factored in longer pays better when it comes in, especially with a big amount, they're gonna affect the share rate because those early stake have some big payday money included into that. So they're gonna be the one have the most, impact on the share rate, right? So that's clear. On the other section, the other argument, it's more a function of, like I've said, there is some stakes in the system, OA stakes. They're just here to push the share rate, to basically tell you, hey, I'm creating new epochs over time. Get with the program, stake as you should, protect your T-share preservation so that you're going to be unaffected in the long term. If you don't, you will get left behind because I will make sure that share rate increase, which actually is a function of hex hardening, which is a function of the system, which is the reason why myself, we're so bullish about how the system gets stronger over time. It's to make sure that increased share rate protects the long-term investor who has stake long-term because he separates himself from the rest of the pack that is not stake. This is the reason why staker class runs the show. And over time, we're going to run the show even more and more, taking control. And then we're creating that bonding curve that we want to see because we're the one holding the price up and getting paid for that. So it's literally a function of the systems. Those coins were never meant to be sold. They're just here to push share rate. And when they get the ROI and they get restaked, they're going to push it even more. So once you understand how the system works and everything I just said, Maddie, this is where, that liquidity is never meant to truly hit market. So that, it does that illusion of, hey, it's here. But if you understand how the system works, it's nothing to be feared because this is never going to be, for the most part, dumped. Now, also, hey, make no mistake, defense mechanism. If somebody trying to play shenanigans, then, some of that money could be deployed to do some other stuff. So, but for the most part, a lot of those never be sold. They just get restaked and they just keep getting rolled over. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, your argument was correct. It's just the details about how it's affecting the system and why it's there to begin with.
So it sounds like the common belief is that that roll, okay. This is new to me. I'll shut up now.
No, because there's different levels, okay? Because
everything you said
that got a couple 100,000 hex is not really going to affect the system. We're talking about those 100 million plus. Those are the ones that I'm referring to. Those who got rolling stakes, 30 days to pay their bills and stuff, they're going to sell. They're just, they got their long-term stakes and they got the little rotation, what I call rotational stake, just, pay the bills, have a little bit of fun here and there. They don't want to trade. They don't mind making 10, 11% every 45 days or 35 days, whatever it might be, and just chill. So, but the massive stakes, which are the one affecting the share rate, not the couple 100,000, those are the one that we're talking about. Right. They're just here to push share rate up, T-share acceleration. Make no mistake. You don't stake, you get left behind.
Yeah, push it up fast.
You don't stake,
market naturally would. I get it.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is a function again of time in the market instead of timing the market. Very important. We're gonna keep saying this until our face gets blown off.
Pretty much.
Because this is the sad part, right? Because those who don't listen, this is serious, quick math. If you don't pay attention, this is why you may never be able to catch up. And then when you get to a certain class, the amount of economic energy you're gonna need just to kind of get to the next one is gonna be harder and harder. But ultimately, that's your fault because you're creating opportunity cost every time you're not stake, especially for long, because that share rate is accelerating. And remember, it's a force multiplier times 3x. If something is 19,000 and it's now 19,200, it's not just a 200% increase. It's a 200 Hex increased times 3 because you could have done a 10 to 15-year stake with that share rate, which you did not. So you got to take it and you got to multiply by 3. That's the amount of separation. Again, I'm comparing to myself and the staker class because we're doing cuatro cincos only, or at least 10 plus years, maximizing the system. So if you're talking about maximization style, every time share rate goes up by 100 points, you got to take that and multiply by 3 because that's the amount of T share plus bonus that you lost that you will never see again.
I just don't understand why anybody's in Hex if they're not staked.
Well, exactly.
I just don't get it. I mean,
Yep.
There's other coins that do you fly by night, in a week or whatever. They're all over the show. What's so special about Hex if you're just going to speculate on it, It's
Absolutely. Perfectly said, brother. And the cool thing is this mechanism protects the staker class, protects the long-term investor because that person is locked in with his T-share, so he's unaffected, and it creates that wealth separation so that we start to gobble the pool from the inside, which is really the key to justify why we do what we do. You literally, the system is incentivizing you, saying, hey, you did it right. You stake long, you got your T-share. Let me separate you from the plebs.
Yeah.
No offense. I had to say it so it resonates because it's that important. Build wealth.
I mean, it is what it is, right? Here's the thing, man. People love to talk, but they love to talk without knowing. And the simple fact of the matter is that whether you're trading or not, the reality is that if you're not staked or if you are trading, the reality is, once again, is that you're just doing something to let time pass by, right? You're not necessarily making money.
Mm-hmm.
So with Hex, what you're actually doing is monetizing time. So
Yes,
it's two distinct things, right? You can lie to yourself, or you can just go on ahead and make money. Two distinct things. So it's very important that you understand the difference, because if you don't, that is definitely what's going to get you left behind.
Mm-hmm.
Very simple.
And the common mistake those people do, and again, it's a little bit lack of wisdom, is that they're confusing, oh, I'm going to trade this and that, not understanding that in the balance of probability, first of all, you're most likely to lose money, not make money. And then they don't understand that real wealth has a consistency built into it. In other words, it's not done by luck, right? Real highly successful people who are wealthy, you can kind of see the pattern. Excuse me. You can kind of see the pattern, how they build the wealth and how consistent and sustainable it is. When you monetize time, time doesn't stop for anybody. Every day, 8 p.m., we get paid. Clockwork, right? We just got paid not too long ago. Clockwork. We didn't need no permission, no this, no that. It does what it's going to do. So compared to the trader that most likely is wrecked, most likely is affected by this emotion left and right, stay out of the screen constantly. It's not a way to live, man. Plus, anytime there's sideway action or a little bit of downward action, you're not making any money. Like Wealth just said, you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. Meanwhile, those who monetize time, they're just making more and more money. And then you're not getting the emergency penalties. You're not getting none of this other stuff, which is really what gives you the outsized return. None of that you're getting, and again, most likely to lose your money. Missing the bigger picture, the long term, and you're losing on the, if we're talking about business, you're losing on the equity side because you're not getting your fair share rate because you're not staked. And by the time you realize what's going on, chances are you could be left behind. Like Jay-Z who perfectly said, people coming in the game, right? They want the quick flip, right? Well, they want the quick cash instead of picking up the equity, because that's what's going to get you the sustainable wealth long term, right? Don't go for the get rich quick schemes. Get rich for sure. Get the wealth instead.
I guess, understanding the time thing is, I guess it can be a little bit tricky. But one way I look at it is like this dip came in this recent, I don't know, what did we lose, 50% or something in the fiat price or something? I didn't.
Yeah, 60%.
What is it? Is it somewhere around there?
It's 60%.
60%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the last 2 years, I've been making 40+% per annum on the original amount. But I mean, those in dollar terms are way, way smaller. So I've made back an interest in dollar terms many, many, many times what this little dip has been already.
Absolutely.
Because
and keyword, FutureUs, keyword, you said last year, if you were to pull up the chart and zoom out, like my good friend Super X always does on TikTok, which I love, when you zoom out and you play the 1 year, because 40% is based on annualized, right? And if you pull on 1 year, we so up, it's not even funny. Thousands of percent.
And that's just hex terms, the 40%. But I mean, we've already surpassed any. I mean, it could dip 90-something%, and I'm still up. I don't know how many X. So, and that's the time component, right? It's not skiting. It's just saying that that's how the system works. And so, if you're earning interest now, and with the bonding curves and everything, if you just got involved, then a year or two or month or two, who knows, you'll be able to say the same thing. I think we think too much about what we had. We think we had it, I mean, the price was whatever, and then it dipped 60%. It's like, oh man, I lost all that. Well, sort of. But if you were staked for 5 years, 6 years, even 1 year, probably, it's kind of already taken care of historically, almost. And it becomes more and more that as time goes on, and it's just how you look at it. And it's very hard to believe that when you just got in, of course. But that's how it feels to me. I mean, that's the reality. I already made.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah, that's what I do. I'd be like really worried.
But that's like the thing, right? People, like, the objective is to make money. The objective is not to talk about how you're making the money. It's to make money. And I think people just lose that simplistic reality because they're too busy worrying about how they're making the money, not realizing the whole objective is just to simply compound the capital. And if all they're doing is expending energy and losing money, paying fees in order to do it, well, they're not making money.
Exactly. So very, very important. Wells, can you say that again? It's very important, especially with those high gas fees. You're out there doing in and out trades, paying $200 in fucking transaction fees for a swap.
It's unfathomable, bro. It's unfathomable.
You are crazy.
But that's the thing, right? This is what we're all taught as people entering the money making space, right? Making money with money is not the same as making money with a business that has a brick and mortar setup with the physical goods, or an actual service provider where you're transacting, being a contract or something like that. It's just not the same, right? So you have to take into account these different areas that you have to account for, right? For example, how does a person go about solidifying the reality that they're worth the money that they're charging? Well, it comes with experience. It comes with time. Time. It comes with people showing that they have the ability to do or conduct the service or provide the good that they're trying to pay you or charge you for, right? So no matter how you're looking at it, the reality is that time is the only thing that gets you paid. People know Mercedes-Benz because of what? Time.
Yeah.
People know BMW because of what? Time. People know quality brands because of what?
Marketing.
No, it's not marketing. It's not marketing. It's never marketing. It is always time, because things that stand the test of time go nowhere, period. And I think we can actually end the stream here, because I don't actually understand why I feel like I'm always repeating myself. This shit is very simple. It's very simple.
It really is. It's for the new people.
No, hold on, because even the new people need to understand. It doesn't matter. You're gonna be. You either want to be a broke pleb or you fucking don't. Period. Doesn't matter if you're new or not, because if you're new, all that means is you're gonna learn to lose. That's the only way you become old. So this is something that if you're new, learn and understand. Because if you don't listen to what you're told and you don't sit down and think about it, that's the only way you're not gonna become new. There's no debating that, right?
Exactly.
So it's important.
I brought up a topic that's unresolved for me, and then we got into repeating things that are helpful for people, right?
Sure.
But the original question was, about these, what could the motivation or the game theory behind these rolling stakes be? And I've heard, some explanations, but I think that there's more than one possibility for that. What do you think?
Well, it depends, right? Because you don't really know what the person's demeanor is. Well, not necessarily demeanor, what their intention is, right? I mean, this is assuming we even know that it's not the OA, that it's an actual entity that's living off of the interest, et cetera, et cetera. We don't actually know, right? So all we can realistically do is track these addresses with these big stakes and look at the activity and try to ascertain what they might or might not do. But besides that, there's not really much we can say, except for what Karim said earlier, that it's just there to pump up the APY, push up the T-share rate, and just keep the system in motion, right? Because while we do lose when participants partake, that stickiness is good to look at on the chart as well. Like, you do want to see people interacting with the system. You do want to see those big rolling stakes, kind of, right? So it's kind of one of those things where you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
Yeah. I just see them as a certain percentage of a market always behaves a certain way, and a different percentage behaves another way, and there's always a kind of a bell curve.
That's the thing. It's hard to say.
It's part of that bell curve to me.
Yeah.
Because Matty, here's the key, right? And again, this is why I love what we do, right? And this is Quant Gang once again. I look at it like, in the balance of probability, what is this behavior doing to the system? You see, that's how, like Wales said, that's how I can remove the emotion out of it, and not trying to be Nostradamus, but in the balance of probability, looking what it does to the system, I am able to project the intent because I can see what the consequences of the action is doing, whether it is directly or indirect. What do we say all the time? Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Validity, validity, validity. The reason why I have the impact that I have is because I walk the talk. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, and I can prove it on the blockchain. That's the beauty. So those big stakes, again, not to be confused, no offense. Shout out to you guys out there, a couple 100,000 hexes on rotation. That's cool.
Yeah,
you think, you sell, you live your best life. That's great. But no offense, you're not affecting the share rate. Those who can affect the share rate are the way it's been moving. It's those massive stakes. And what have they been doing? Right? They stake massive. It ends. It gets restaked with the interest. That's what the behavior has been. And that's what it's doing to the share rate every time. And there's others also kicked in. And it protects the long-term investor, because there is no negative externality. Price is not being dumped out, but share rate is being accelerated to create that separation between the person that do what it says it's going to do and is taking long. So he's benefiting because he makes his old T-share become more valuable in the system, because as we go deflationary in the T-share total count, your old T-share is going to start earning a higher reward in the pool. So again, without knowing whoever exactly the person is, this, that, I can analyze the behavior of those stakes and what that behavior is doing to the system as a whole, which then allows me to derive what's the value of those behavior and what's being taught here. The same way the system tells you, hey, stake big, you get a little bit extra. You stake longer, I'll give you more, all the way to 3x.
Well, we can see that it's being sold. So that gives us a clue as to the intention. We can see the equation that shows that early stakes are the ones that are increasing the share rate way more than the short stakes are. And so there is, there are a lot of things that we could see. My question, though, to build my understanding further is, so if you're not an average length staker, is it true that you are in effect paying some inflation?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And let me even make it more clear. Even if you're an average staker that has the average stake length, okay, compared to me, again, I'm going to preface this very important. Compared to me, you are paying me inflation. Make no mistake. The only way I'm going to pay you inflation.
No, you're getting more interest from the people who are paying inflation, who are less than average, right?
Well, yeah, like I said, compared to me, because right, it's all relative terms, right? compared to the entire system, so we need to preface this for the viewer. Compared to the entire system, when you're above average stake length, you're not paying interest to the system. Now, once you start to go above average stake length, compared to those who have a higher average stake length, they are getting a higher piece of the pie. So they are getting more from the other people. So this is kind of where you can do that comparison. But to not be at a net loss in hex term, forget dollar, to not be at a net loss in the system, you need to be above that 5.76 or 5.8. But compared to somebody else that has a 10-year, 12-year average, make no mistake, you're paying some, well, maybe not you directly, the individual, but people else in the system are paying that person. That's why it's so beautiful and it's so fair, because it's also how much diamond hands do you have? You will get more because you lock for longer.
So
so I just want to clarify, because I got a little bit of a problem with the terminology. Like, nobody's paying other people in the system. You're not getting as much as the other people, right? So I mean, clarify this for me, because like when you say the shorter term stakers are paying the people that are longer term.
Perfect.
Your purchasing power is being diminished.
Yeah, so what
inflation works in the regular system.
Mathematically,
if you value your wealth in hex, which is the only thing.
What's actually happening is the shorter term stakers aren't getting as much profit as the longer term stakers, but their money that they put in, their fiat or whatever, is not being used. They're not directly paying. Right.
It's never direct. It's like inflation in FutureUs. It's like when we talk about like net readjusted.
It's just a terminology thing. It's just a terminology thing. But I suddenly thought, oh wow, if somebody was just listening for the first time.
You're right.
Yeah. For the
I get in here and I got to pay other people. What? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just into inflation.
Right.
It's like the fool is telling you, hey, put your money in the stock market and get a certain amount of return guarantee every year, but it doesn't even keep up with inflation. It's all inflation readjusted. That's what we mean. So for the new viewer, yes. Because if you don't want to be negatively affected by the 3.69 inflation yearly, you want to be above the staking average length. So it's all, again, in those terms. But yeah, good point, because we never know who's watching. So it's all readjusted. And one more thing, Maddie, compared to what you said earlier, just to preface this, I am not talking about the small rotation stakes, because those small ones, like you've been saying, the early stake will always do more. I'm talking about the big ones, 100 million plus, because even those small rotation stakes create massive gains when they come out, and they help push the share rate on top of, the early stakes coming in, because the early stakes power also comes with the fact that they're loaded with some a big payday funds as well. So it kind of have that double effect. So I'm not talking about the guy that got like, a couple 100,000 hex, 100 grand on rotation, whatever it might be. I'm talking about the guy that has $35 million, $33 million, and is on rotation, 30 days, 45 days. Those are the stakes that I'm talking about. Again, using FutureUs as an example, just want to preface that there's levels to this. Rotational stakes have levels too. There's the guy that rotates 20 grand, 30 grand, 50 grand, and there's the guy that rotates millions. Not the same.
Yeah. So, Maddie, I have a question. I mean, I don't personally see any profit in understanding this or not understanding it. It sounds like, to me, and I've been out of it for a while, so I guess I'm out of the kind of narrative that the community's been in. So I'm kind of hitting this cold today, but I don't see how there's any profit for anybody to understand. I mean, it's interesting, don't get me wrong, but it kind of feels like we're getting really down.
No pun intended.
Running out of things to talk about or something.
All right. Well, that didn't have to be such a long explanation. People could have just like agreed or disagreed with me and told me why. But I think that's one thing that the audience values is the repetition of the most complex topics, right?
Yeah,
and so that equation itself, even if you read the Layman's Guide by Dev Kyle or the Lay Person's Guide by Nerd Girl, still confuses me. So I guess I was assuming that the audience might benefit from that too. We have a huge list of topics for today. It's not just going to be about that. We're not going to run out of things to talk about.
Can I just one question? Just one question.
Sure.
For me, actually, no. I'll make a statement. I didn't realize that particular topic was something that was ever talked about before. Like I said, I was out of the narrative, so it took me this long to figure out what the question actually was. So forgive me. I should be here more often.
No,
Sorry,
no worries.
everybody.
So what it is when the t-shirt rate recalibrates is plucking the recalibration based on the highest ROI in the system at the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, if it's a fucking, bigger pays better stake with 150 million hex has been staked, for 360 days, and that's more than big payday amount, then guess what? They got a big payday bonus, and they got 150 million hex, so they triggered all the bonus rewards and all this shit, right?
And
So
that's
gonna be the what do you call it? The stake that triggers the scaling in the ROI. Right,
yes.
and in the T-shares, right? So if it picks that one stake for that day or that moment in time, that's just going to be the trigger, then that's going to be the trigger. If it's a 2-year stake that's coming up, because now we have all this 2-year wall coming out, right? For the early stakers that were going off the Bitcoin schedule and all that, right? We got 2-year, 4-year stakers that are going to be coming here shortly, because we're hitting the 2-year mark for Hex, and there's going to be a lot of stakes coming out this time, and they're going to include big payday. They're going to include Genesis t-shares. Like all this shit is going to pump this t-shirt rate to 20K before the year is out. No doubt about it. Yeah.
What this world to say is so important, Matty, and this is the why I preface these levels to rotation stakes, because yes, it is all based on ROI, but the guy that got 150 million plus hex on rotation, he's still getting that 10% maxed out bonus. Irrespective of length. So make no mistake, that's going to factor in. That's why
that's the best one to talk about, in my opinion, because
that's
the one that makes the impact.
That's the only one I wanted to talk about, because I'm not worried about the rotational stake that has less, because like everybody has a consensus, it's not really going to affect share rate. I'm talking about the big one, because that bigger pays better bonus is going to affect his ROI to allow him to get a nice ROI, although it's a 30-day stake. So that's a great question.
So check it. Not to keep beating a dead horse, but over time, right? Even the person that's making these big stakes, like their T-shares do run shorter over time too, right? So
make no mistake.
They also are going to have to extend their duration at some point. Now, the reality is that they don't have to rush to that point like we do, because they have an advantage with size.
Yes.
Right? But they will get there nonetheless. So this is important for people to understand. No matter when you enter the system, the math is always going to treat you the same. So it's important to understand that.
And this is why, this is a good point. And this is why, again, A, I was able to catch up, and B, that's why I'm playing the long-term game, because it's the only way, like Wells has perfectly said, for me to catch up with those massive guys, because they're playing a different game. They're playing a game of, we're going to play it safe because we got so much already, whatever. We're going to rotate, because by rotating, I'm going to push share rate to dilute the other people from the inside. And then I have safety mechanism built in because I have liquidity available within 30 days. So they're just playing a different game. Me, I'm playing the wisdom game, because I'm not trying to time the market. I'm trying to be, I'm not trying timing the market. I'm going to spend time in the market. That's the key. But again, to each their own. Some people want to push share rate and then just dilute people from the inside. Some people are just going to be like, hey, I'll see you in 10, 15 years. That's it. That's it.
All right.
They can afford it, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. The thing is that they can afford it.
That's the key.
And that's fine, right? But this is why it's not about getting to the point where you can afford to do that. It's important to understand that it's about getting to the point where you can do whatever you want.
Exactly. And the cool thing is, the net of it is that there's net benefit for everybody that's staker, especially for the long term, because that behavior is actually helping you also, because the share rate is pushing higher, those people are being diluted, and you're winning against those people because they have to reset their share rate every time they re-enter versus you already in. So if some guy was getting 30,000 t-shirts, massive, but then over time start to lose 2,000 t-shirts every time he rotates back in, you're winning.
More hex, yeah, because you
Because
got to pick up more hex now.
Yeah, exactly. And you start to get a little bit bigger in the pool compared to him because he's losing t-shirts over time, being diluted.
We could keep talking about this because, you know, the thing is the more we talk about it, the more things that come to mind. Because you gotta understand, it's like a system. It's like a system of who can hold the hot potato the longest, right? Yeah. And the temperature's always changing. You know, your hands are always, you know, getting strong, getting weak. Like there's a reason.
I love this analogy was my hands are so diamond that I don't.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going because
my potato is no longer hot. It's just my potato.
The person with the silicone gloves or the person that can hold the hot potato the longest is the person that's always going to win.
I'm ready. I'm gonna keep the potato. I'm gonna take everybody else's potatoes.
Yeah, I was just thinking, hey, when's it my turn to hold the potato? Come on,
right?
I'm like, give me that shit. I'm gonna make some mashed. Dude, I had steak earlier today, and man, with the nice mashed potato and the truffle fries, man. Woof. You need that. You see, you got your steak. You get the joke? You got your steak, and you got to get the mashed potatoes on the side, you know?
That's it.
And it's better when it's warm, you know what I'm saying?
So that's what these short rolling steaks are, the mashed potatoes.
The mashed potatoes on
I got it.
That's it. That's the conclusion.
So we've got 8 other topics to get to. So we should be done with this show sometime middle of the week or next week.
I love it. Go ahead. It's only 5 a.m. here.
I'm going to read off all the topics, and then I don't care what order we do them in, as long as we keep track of which one is which. And that way, people who are watching now, they can decide to keep watching. So the topic of Finterest rates, I have a really good opinion from Concoda on what's going on in the macro market. Another topic, RH is exploring fiat on-ramps, and I have a technical question about how we could possibly make progress in that area. There's a documentary meetup for Hex's 2nd birthday that's going to be happening in Europe. And so we got the details on that. We've got an update on the US road tour. I think the topic of when virality and onboarding deserves a couple of minutes. Why is the bottom in? We kind of talked about that already, but I'd like to get a succinct kind of clip from each of us. I want to hear about Karim's love life. And I've got some new tools for Hex and Pulse that have appeared.
First,
Karim, you're up. by popular demand.
I love it. You're hilarious. Maddie, talking love life. That should be you, you know, when you come back from that trade trip.
Maddie doesn't have a love life. He has more of a sort of love.
But in all seriousness, right? So again, living the best life, still single, no kids, as I heard. So, but just, you know, out there, those who see me on Instagram know what time it is. But yeah, being busy, being consistent, and it's really gorgeous here. I'm just a little tired, but just in the 12 hours that I've been here, whoa, I've already seen a bunch. So, and then we're going on more exploration this week. But yeah, my thing is this, you know, add value, care for people, and then, you know, if Shorty can match the beauty and the brain, Maddie, that would be a blessing. So, but that's a work in progress. We'll see what happens. And then you gotta pass the test as well, the vetting test. You know what I mean? No hot potatoes here. You gotta be able to keep that steak for a while. You know, you can't just come in and, you know, front. And then,
for example, if you're gonna make a 3 million hex 70-day steak, it better be with some steak in front of that, not just mashed potatoes, right?
Exactly. Gotta keep the main thing. You know what I mean? So it's
all right, Karim, I've got some specific questions about your dating preferences. Okay, so would you ever date a woman who had more t-shirts than you?
Absolutely. You know why? Because we're talking t-shirt. That means she mastered delayed gratification. That means her mind is in the right place. There's no insecurity here. Money is just money. You know what I mean? Now, I'm just saying something. This is very funny, important. I'm gonna say this slow because it's very deep. Okay. I do not care about love first. Let me say it again. I do not care about love first. I care about respect. Because my parents taught me right a long time ago, A woman cannot love you if she does not respect you. You can make more money than me, be whatever CEO, entrepreneur, if that floats your boat. But at the end of the day, you got to show respect. When you're at home, the man of the house is still the man of the house. The same way, I'm not going to look down on you because, let's say, I make more money than you and this and that, and then maybe you're a stay-at-home mom if that's what you want to do. That's cool. That's a tough job too. Raising kids is not easy. You know what I'm saying? So people just get that confused. They just bring the some of the garbage and the baggage of work at home. You should not do that. And that's for everybody. Guys do that too. That's why sometimes women gets frustrated because they'll be like, dude, okay, work. But once you get home, you gotta unplug. So it's just having that understanding. So yeah, you can make more money than me. You can be a princess. Doesn't matter. Like, I'm secure with my own self because that's what personal development is. True happiness is an inside job. I'm truly happy. You're truly happy. We're teaming together, and then we're just compounding the happiness. That's it. It's not me trying to make you happy, you trying to make me happy. No, none of that stuff. It's very, very, very important. A lot of people miss that, and that's why they end up in trouble, and then they expect the person to fix them, so to speak, and then they subsidize their happiness, which is very dangerous. The same way we be talking about Quang and Wells, like, hey, here's the facts. Here are the numbers, but we always inspire you. Do your own research. Go do the math. Go fact check my math just to make sure that you get it too, so you can believe it. It's like people talking about staking or whatever and what we're talking about, but then they're not stake. I'm like, that's why you don't fucking get it. Because some of those concepts you don't get because you don't see. You're not getting paid every day like the rest of us. So this is where a lot of those things are very, very important. But that's a great point. So to me, that's the respect.
Well, that's a good update.
Watch out for unicorns, because that's all good. That's good words, but just a word to the wise. Look out for unicorns. You never know when they're going to come around. See, I was planning to
companies that have not gone public yet that are rumored to be worth $1 billion or something else. This is a finance show.
Perfect monkey, all right, the best monkey you can find, because I like bananas. People remember that, right? I wanted the best monkey, and so I was setting myself up to be a good catch, due respect and all that kind of thing. And then this damn unicorn comes along, and I find myself falling head over heels in love. The plan went out the window, and I'm happier than I ever thought I would have been. And we were running for a while, but so just look out for the unicorns. That's my advice. That's it.
I love it. Chat is going wild. Dating by T-shirt. Quant gang dating app coming soon. You guys are wild. But seriously,
swipe up and to the right.
Right. And Maddie, this is where the the vetting comes in as well, because you get that butterfly feeling, but you want to make sure it lasts long term too, because some people can front, some people can just feel some type of way temporarily, and then again, you can explain everything with hex and t-shirts, like those fake hexicans that Marco calls out all the time, which is cool. They come in, everything is red, it's kumbaya, and the moment there's a little bit of FUD or this or that, they're the first one to eject. You gotta be very careful. There's a lot of double face out there. So, but those who stay the course, being here no matter what, ups, down, not really down, it's more like up and sideways for most of the time.
Pretty much.
Those are the one you want, because they are built to last. They don't have just like fucking paper hands, fucking weather type situation feelings. Like, one day sunny, one day it's just like, you got to be balanced. You know what I mean? And understand the main value long term. So if she has more t-shirt than me, absolutely. That means her t-shirt preservation is on some other level. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I'd say I'd probably be in that camp as well.
I think I'd like to find another woman who hasn't discovered t-shirts yet. You know what I'm saying?
Maddie, you know how important that is? It's like, honey, I don't want a Gucci bag. I just want more t-shirts. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect wife.
And then she gets the yield. She rotates back in, and then she go buy the Gucci bag on her own. Look at that. How cool is that? She's like, give me the money for this, and then I get out of your way, and I will go buy my own bag when the time comes. How cool is that?
Now, find me a chick that will find some fake Gucci bags, sell those, get some t-shirts, find some more fake.
That's a little
bags
too deep.
Off the t-shirts, flip those, get some more t-shirts.
Here's a negative externality with that. I can't incentivize to do something that could be potentially illegal because then she get locked up.
You put the Gucci logo right on the bag so people know they're buying quality. You know?
No scamming. No. We work hard, we get the money, so we feel good about ourselves, and then we rotate. But yeah, minus the fake stuff, I totally agree with Wells.
We've got wallets and we've got NFTs. Why don't we have digital Gucci purses?
I know, right? Tell me about it.
There you go. I'm sure females will find what to do with it, or somebody will find something.
We need to be able to like live with ourselves at night. You know what I mean? Sleep like babies. Which is awesome.
There's a solution for that.
And one more time, just to reiterate.
Break. You go right to sleep.
I'm in love with it. T-shirt says.
Hey, you'll be surprised. You know, I see some of the great ladies in Hex. They'll be talking about like, "Hey, don't be messaging me if you got no T-shirt." So, hey, you start to see that already.
Wow.
I see that talk out there. I see that talk.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, they understand the difference between price and value. Make no mistake.
Hey, man, that's an important difference to understand too.
Not the same. So,
not the same.
Just for the record, everybody, since I'm in a crazy mood because I whacked my head the other day, I'm not on the market. I'm not on the market, but if I ever do become on the market, I go both ways. All right. So you guys in chat, I know there's a lot of men in here. You're good man. You hit me up, maybe.
You're shilling your future availability.
All right.
You hit your head. I love it.
As long as you got a lot of T-shirts, we'll start there.
Matty, he got his priorities straight.
That's right. Yeah. Never let a good head injury go to waste, right?
No, amen. You
know I pity the straight single guy in the Mexican community, man. Because what are they, like 8 girls or something, and everybody else is a bloke. You guys are playing hard, man.
Yeah,
Karim, that's why Karim and I have been onboarding so much.
Yeah. Right. And by the time we get to the topic of the documentary, I got some surprise for everybody I want to announce too. That was pretty cool because, you know, they came to visit me and that was pretty cool. But it's kind of related to what you're talking about, Matty, because this is the key, how we show people, hey, work hard, delay gratification, build the wealth, and then come and see the lifestyle, right? So we can show people, no, it's real. Like, if you follow me on Instagram, you know what time it is, like every week almost. But the thing is, what I'm trying to show people too is like, to get there, you had to pay the price, right? Grant Cardone said it best, right? Pay the price now so you can pay any price later. And if you delay gratification long enough, you get to this point where you're not being teased. Like, there's nothing where I fucking hate that. Like, oh, it's like going on this really super cool vacation for like a week or two, and you get a taste of the new lifestyle, but then you're back to the regular stuff. When it's like, I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm going to delay gratification. Stop teasing me. I don't want just the, you know, the tease. Nope. I want the whole thing. So I'm going to delay gratification, go figure it out, get it done. And boom. Now, once I start doing it, it becomes a lifestyle. So it's just a different type of perspective. But I think it's very important because you want to build yourself to last, not just to get the tease, get yourself in debt. And then by the time you're done, you're back in the hole again. So, you know. Very important. And one more time for the chat, some people are asking, is just because I'm on my friend place. So due to OPSEC, that's why I cannot turn on the camera. Apologize. Diehard Hexican as well. You know, he's been on our show once before. So
that is your real face there. So
yeah, exactly.
I don't know why people are complaining.
That's almost my real face there too at the moment.
Oh my God.
It's true. I saw it.
Yeah, a little bit of blood, a little bit of, yeah.
Put the glasses on, I don't think you can tell the difference.
So the US road tour is going amazing. I was there in Chicago. 50 people came out. The room was full. It went really well. I can't believe how excited everybody is. We got OG people. We got new people coming in. Check out FreedomTV.info to see where the next tour dates are. They've been moved around a little bit based on just how the tour's been going. It's been so exciting to get together with everybody. I know it's very tiring, but worth it. And so some of the dates have been moved around a little bit here and there, but I know we're moving from the Midwest to the East Coast where there's more excitement than ever. and so people can check that out.
Bang, bang. Marco, you stupid. Karim is catfishing. But yeah, Maddie, I see you on the pictures out there too. So the tour is great. I highly recommend anybody, if it gets to a town near you, definitely show up. I think you have a blast. There's many more Hexicans. Just like if you've been to Vegas, you know what time it is. And then bring your friends too. Those who are like either on the fence or want to learn more, they can show up to the meetup. So it's a win-win-win all the way around. You never lose. So, and you're spending quality time with quality people.
I got a free Staker smart wallet, even with gas prices this high. Can you believe that?
See? Bang, bang. So, and speaking of which too, I think it'll be a great transition to talk about, the people from the documentary. So what has happened, Maddie, if that's okay.
Let's do it.
If we're done with my love life for a second.
For a second.
Unless you want to know more.
Oh no.
We'll come back to that.
We'll come back. Okay, cool, fair enough.
We need about 5-minute break, and then we can come back to that.
Yeah, right. So last week they came to visit me, which was great. It was an honor, reach out to me like a couple weeks back, and they came in and we spent 2 days. Great content's coming your way, guys. So documentary is gonna be fire. So they were here Thursday and Friday. We spent the whole day with each other. So
that's awesome, man.
Question about lifestyle. Watch me do my work. What I do every day. How to stay productive. How I basically single-handedly manage all the, the ticket, the support, everything in Staker app, some other stuff, investing. It's basically like a true documentary, right? A day with Karim, They came to my house, everything's cool, it's complex. They didn't come to my apartment, so Wells, don't worry, I'm upset. We're cool. I listened to you. So, but there's mad space downstairs, so I give them a little tour, and I'm always sometime down there doing my work anyway. So it was great. And then this is the joke, right? I love it. They're like, hey, but what do you do for fun? You're always funny because you don't know what. You always just work, and t-shirt preservation,
onboarding,
right? And onboarding, but like, what do you do for work? I'm like, man, no, you didn't. So I took them out. Oh man, it was lit. We went to called the Grand, which is the Grand. It's like one of the biggest club in Boston. And then one of the very famous DJ electro is called Black Coffee. That was in town. He's usually very famous out in DC. Very, very cool guy. So we're like, I showed them let's just say I showed them the VIP experience. It was lit. And then my friends were there. One of my friends' birthday was there too. So camera crew was there with us for a couple hours. Then on the next day, they came to my house again. We had again another day. I got to talk with family members. I want to talk to my family members as well, asking questions. So again, really cool documentary. Cool real life Hexicans. We're not bots. We're real people. How the hex affect us? What do you do with all these gains but stay just level headed? So hopefully by the time it comes out, whenever it comes out, man, that's going to be sick. They're really on the mission. They're serious about doing this. At some point, I was shocked. They were like, dude, if we could even talk to your parents, we'll fly to Africa. I was like, whoa, you guys are serious out there. So, but so far, the great substitute was my sister because she really knows my story, the struggle. Maddie, remember when we had our one-on-one many times, like how like the most selfless shit I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean? Like so like if anything, like she's on the wheel. You know what I'm saying? So for all you guys out there, if my sister like you, chances are you're gonna be lucky. let's just put it this way. But yeah, so they got to talk to her because she speaks English. So and she had great questions too that she even shocked me. I was like, oh wow. Talking about the journey, how she used to also, just being honest, like, hey, this thing went over my head. I didn't understand what the hell's going on, but I just trusted you. But then over time, as you explain things to me over and over and over again, in simple term, I realized, like she said, she was already doing the thing because my sister already had like that long-term CD stuff, but she was just getting paid garbage. And then she took back control, and now the confidence is there like it always was, but it's no longer solely, primarily relied on me. And that it felt like a breath of fresh air. You know what I mean? Because you're always worried, like, it's all cool, but what if something happens to me, right? Knocking on wood right here. Like, I don't want people to just rely on me because the problem is if I'm not around, or if I get so busy doing some other stuff, then they're gonna start to panic. So that's why we'll hold your hand, but we're trying to arm you with the tools so you can be self-sufficient. So hopefully also one day you can help somebody else.
You just have them get in touch with me and I'll give them Whale's phone number.
Done.
Oh my God. But yeah, so fantastic experience. And then they went back. So, and they're gonna be obviously the London event, as you guys saw, which is gonna be epic. Looking forward to that as well. We're gonna have the event in New York. So I'm just excited, man. Heck's birthday is gonna be amazing.
Shout out to Uncle Larry, who says, I'm officially a granddad. Just had a grandson. Congrats.
Hey, congratulations. Bang, bang. Oh my
Hopefully
God.
a Hexakin, your new grandson.
I was a grandson for a while.
Somebody in chat says Karim is his sister on the dating app, on the Hex dating app, asking for a friend.
Oh my God.
Is Casey saying challenge accepted with your sister or with something else?
Could be. I don't know. But hey, little pro tip. She's in South Korea, so you may have to relocate. That's just the hardest thing.
Sounds worth it.
Great place to be. Great place to be. Living her best life. Boom, boom.
So I bought a ticket to go to England for the birthday meetup there.
Woohoo!
With Richard, there's gonna be 500 people there. You know, because for the conference, you know, I'm putting on the Hex conference. I need to see, you know, how other people organize their events and want to make an appearance. So
and then again, just food for thought for those who are thinking about coming from the US, make sure you're aware, like, you know, if you don't have the jab, whatever, you guys know, but you got to make sure you're in the way that you got to quarantine. That's the reason why, unfortunately, I won't be able to go, because I can't do 8-day quarantine. That's crazy. I can't. I don't have time. And you know,
8 days. Oh wow, we're still 14 here.
Yeah, because once you get there, no matter what, I mean, you can leave early, but the thing is, like, you have to quarantine 8 days. So let's say you go for 3 days, you basically can't leave the house. And they have an app and stuff like that. I mean, just at least you can say you can get there without the jab, but there's a lot of hoops. That's why, you know, Rich is probably already doing his quarantine and stuff. Oh man, Hoju, you're stupid. Hey,
so the Quant Gang dating app is actually just the comments section of YouTube.
I tell you what, Maddie, I'm all for equal opportunity. Okay, find me on Telegram, send me your picture. I'll send it over, and then she decides she wants to meet up with you. She does. She does not. Hey, it is what it is. You know, well, hey, I promise everybody. Well, but we're not gatekeepers out here. You know, so we're not going to use that excuse.
It needs to be in the public chat so that it's decentralized data.
Exactly. But understand. Listen, as a man that's on the field too, understand. You can't be afraid of rejection. You know what I mean? It could go either way. So I'm just the messenger. I'll translate. That's it.
Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, exactly. Put your application in, see what happens. We're having fun as always.
It's not much else to do.
They should have to all show up and compete for her in person at the same place on the same day, because then it's decentralized dating again. It's very important.
Could
like
be.
the Bachelorette.
Although I suppose if they're all interested in the one girl, how's that? Now I'm getting confused. Next topic.
The funniest thing is, but the funniest thing is my sister, she's very down to earth. That's the thing. So, like, some of those people on TV is just crazy out there, man. Like, I've seen stuff, they do everything, they pretend, and then when the guy is really there loving her, then she took the money. I'm like, fuck out of here. I'm like, what? So that's why we got to protect ourselves out here in these streets, you know? We got to have vetting period, because you got to always ask yourself, like, is it me or is it the dough? Like, which is it, you know? I'm not saying the dough doesn't help. You know, nobody's stupid. We're on an economical planet. But my point is, it can't be too obvious. It can't just be the number one reason. Shit. Then it's like, you know, why are we doing what we're doing, you know?
Yeah, I'm broke, bro. I don't never got nothing. Fuck that. That's never in the equation for me. I don't give a goddamn. So, fuck that.
Bang, bang.
Pretty
I
much.
spend everything I get in fiat as soon as I get it, so I might as well be broke.
There you go. Hey, what I say all the time, right? Stay broke, not poor.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. To some degree, I'm broke too. So Maddie knows.
That's it. Gotta be done, man. Gotta be done.
Somebody asked for the link. It's hex731gathering.com. It's my understanding that it's being coordinated by the Highest of Stakes crew and Discourse Syndicate.
Yeah, and again, during the whole time, just to emphasize and preface this again, super freaking professionals. It's awesome. And their team members, they're all kind of worldwide. One of the members is actually out of Boston. She's my neighbor, not too far, funny enough. But the thing is, like, from the equipment, the way they do things, I've learned so much about how movies are being made. Now I understand why they're like award winning. So, and they got big dreams. So, and we like in Hex, we like people that think big, because we were called crazy at some point too, right? Here we are today. So
I can't wait for
you
that.
can't do anything big in your life if you're not like even afraid a little bit, because he has to inspire you. Like, wow, I'm gonna do something so big. Because once you do it, you feel alive, you know. If your goal don't challenge you, is it really a goal, or is it just you playing safe?
Pretty much.
You know, that documentary coming out is probably the thing I'm the most excited about. It's just, I don't know. I think I must be a voyeur or something. I want to see inside everyone's life or something. But nah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be it's gonna feel like real validation, I reckon. Whatever they say.
Yeah. Oh, another fun fact too, which is hilarious. While we were in the club and everything, one of the bottle, no, not bottle girl. Well, one bottle girl, but like some of the head of like security and stuff, actually turns out to be a Mexican. That was the most hilarious thing ever. People was like, "Yo, Karim the Dream, Quang Gay." I was like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "Maddie," I felt like. For the first time, I felt like a mini celebrity. Like, whoa, we are going places. I'm like, crazy. No way. I was like, Loki. I was like, yo, you want a shot? I'm like, no, I'm working. But it was just the most epic, random thing ever. And he was just so proud. Just wanted to print it. Dude, look, I got some Hex. Like, I'm staked too, man. Like, yo, good stuff. Keep up the good work. I'm trying to tell I was just so overwhelmed. I was like, whoa, this is crazy. This is awesome.
That's epic. Get used to it. It's only going to happen more and more.
Yeah. And we had the coolest sign as well that we got, so that was pretty cool. So yeah, hopefully the footage, man, it's gonna be epic. And the camera that they use, oh my goodness, when you look at it, it feels like a movie.
It is.
Not gonna say much, but man, they got great footage. So
it is a movie.
Well, they're asking me like, "Hey, are you always like this?" Like, yeah, I'm literally like that on and off the camera. It's the same. Just press play. Let's go.
Karim, before the premiere, you need to find wifey material.
Oh my goodness, Maddie, get off my back. Well, listen.
Forget wife, you go fiber.
Exactly. Maddie, the material is not the issue. It's the wifey part. That's the hard part. You get it? There's a lot of things out there, you know what I mean? but yeah, the struggle is always but hey, listen, just like I learned in sales, right? It's repetition, it's a numbers game. So because I already set expectation with myself, so you know what I mean? That's the key. So you don't get frustrated or you don't feel some type of way or expect something. You just go with emotion, assume the best, expect the worst, because you never know. Because that's the thing. And then you go through the motion, you find one, you go through the vetting process, person qualifies, then hey, now we got something going on. Person don't, you don't blame nobody, you just move on.
So there are more tickets for sale on November 3rd. The next batch comes out, and then there's still the VIP tickets that are available. So people can check that out and go to England, to London, to hang out with Richard and celebrate Hex's 2nd birthday. And then I believe there's also going to be something here with the Hex Tour in the United States as a celebration. I know things are going to be happening online, and so everybody will get to celebrate Hex's 2nd birthday and be a part of the community. So that's amazing.
That's going to be epic. Yo, shout out to Mr. Hex in the chat. That's wild. I'm talking to a girl from Ukraine right now, and I found out she's a fake psychic. What? How do you got to find this 70% population there? How did you find this one? Hey, it's okay. It's okay, bro. It's a numbers game, like I just said.
Like there's genuine psychics in the world, and you stumbled on the fake one too.
This is why people don't begin. All right. Pro tip. This man, he got put me on. So it is funny because it's like a quang game pro tip for dating, right? Because it's all about the numbers, right? Remove the emotion. Hopefully, I don't hurt nobody's feelings because you know I genuinely don't mean to. But this is the difference between dating and being in a relationship. Some people get that confused. Yes, 50%. If you're a gentleman, which I know is a dying breed, because men stop being gentlemen because the women are no longer, what they used to be, right? So you want to hold us to old social, very important cues, but you're no longer doing that yourself. So that's why men feel like, hey, I ain't gonna deal with that no more. But let's just say you are, okay? Give you the benefit of the doubt. Your guy's good soul out there like me, whatever. But dating is for you to get more prospect in the sense where you don't just stick with one. You got to have a numbers game. You don't go too far, but you maintain your options open because that allows 3 very important things, just like in sales. You only get upset because that was your only sale. If you have multiple customers and one goes south, you're just going to be like, hey, it is what it is. You move on. You don't get mad. You say, thank you for the opportunity. And then you just move on. So you need to have multiple numbers. You need to be dating multiple women. Yes, I said it. But dating and being in a relationship is 2 different things. Number 2, you need to define what the relationship is. Because if you're just dating, then you can't be making demands on both sides. You can't be telling the girl, hey, text me all the time and this and that. She doesn't owe you nothing. And could be dating other people too, because that's what dating is. It's like going for job applications. That doesn't guarantee you the job, right? You're a temporary worker. You didn't get that long-term contract yet. So you gotta get your feelings out the way. And then number 3, that's just me. Just be fucking direct. I got no time to waste. Like dating with a purpose. Like, hey, are we trying to be something or we're just trying to have fun? Secret of life, low expectation, my mom used to say, or setting the proper expectation. You can never be disappointed if expectation was always met. You only get disappointed when what you expect doesn't happen, which is either your fault, you didn't set the proper expectation, or the person lied to you, which means, and that's a reason to be a little bit upset. So those are the 3 things. If you do that, you're going to be fine. So Mr. Hex, that's for you. A little shout out, little plug. Quant gang style, numbers game. Be careful out there. But hey, maybe you can have some fun with the psychic. You know what I mean? You don't need to marry her. But the point is, you gotta set that expectation, and then date with a purpose. And to reiterate, you can ask Maddie. 70% of populations are female. So just plenty of fish out there in the sea. All right. So hope that helps. Anybody question, comments? Hit the chat before we move to the next topic. But
all right, my question to you guys is, what would you say to Richard if he was watching right now? Because he definitely just tweeted something about quarantine being able to be 5 days instead of 10, and we were just talking about that.
Nice.
Go. Here, I wanted to talk about this, okay? Because this shows my limited understanding, but maybe you guys can help me understand better this idea for an on-ramp, because I know that today in Hex Pro chat, Richard was exploring Fiat on-ramps. He had some of us testing Dharma, which turned out to be basically directing people to buy, what was it? To buy Hex on a layer 2 solution.
Let's talk about that because I handle a lot of the freaking tickets. People, please, for the love of fucking God, be careful. Okay.
So before we get into it, here's my new idea, right? So, and maybe FutureUs and you all can weigh in here. So when we had the AA, there was a situation where people could just go in and buy anytime, basically. And my question has to do with how gas intensive, like basically having a liquidity pool really needs to be. So for example, like, wouldn't it cost about half the gas as a DEX swap if you just had a smart contract that was able to send you hex if you sent it ETH? Because sending is like a third of doing a swap, right? In terms of Gwei?
Supposed to be. It doesn't feel like it.
Well, it depends. It depends, Maddie, because a swap is different than a send. When you're swapping ERC20, it costs more than when you just do a send. Because when you just do a send, the fees are less. So it depends.
I think it's like 3 times of a send of a token.
Yeah. So if the
less.
smart contract you're referring to still has to do the swap, then you end up paying more because you have to pay the fee for both contracts to do their thing. Whoever initiates the run this code, please, if that code goes out and calls a bunch of other or just one other contract, then the person who made that request, that account is paying for it all. Generally, I mean, you can write the contract such that it spends its own ETH to get stuff done, but if you do that and it runs out of ETH, you got a broken contract. So that's almost never done.
Or you need to have some type of relayer that constantly checks the balances and refill. But yeah, because we have replayers like that to make sure transaction goes through for people.
When I onboard people now, like relatives and stuff, you know, they might give me $200 and then I send them hex, right?
That's practical for the little guy to help them out. Yes. Gunter's done that. We have done that before too.
Because with $200, they wouldn't be able to afford the fees even to do a decentralized swap themselves. Now, when the fees are much lower to do a swap, correct. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
That'll be family only because depending on where you live in the world, there's laws about that being a money transmitter and whatnot.
I'm not a money transmitter. I know about those laws.
Yeah, but you know, people listening.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like
idea to get $1 million and start doing that.
So my question is how to do what I'm doing in a decentralized way to cut down on gas fees. And there's probably a perfectly good reason why you can't do it. I'm just curious as to
here's what we've done at Sticker App to help out, right? Is we enable in-app payments because we realize, again, gas is literally the enemy until polstering comes in. And I feel bad because, again, I probably do at least 10 tickets per day just re-explaining that to people. And a lot of them are new people, so it's not their fault. They're just trying to be onboarded. And so when in-app purchases on the Apple and Google store, you can use your debit or credit card. So that solves some of the fee stuff because you don't have to first go buy the ETH and then send it here, MetaMask, and then do another send to the wallet and blah, blah, blah. So we solve all of that by just.
So that's brilliant because you're generating a smart wallet.
Exactly. So the smart wallet gets created. We'll still, just people to understand, when we say 0.003, I'm going to make this crystal clear because people don't understand. We're still picking up 90+%. Let me say it again, 90+% of the cost. So if you hear about a $10 wallet, it actually costs $100 to create that smart wallet. And when the gas price goes insane, it goes up to $300 freaking dollars. So we love you to death, but I need you guys to remember that before some people go wild and go on Twitter, this, that. You need to understand what's actually happening here. You're not even paying nowhere near. It's basically free. You're literally paying 10%. And that's on the normal gas fee. If the gas fee goes insane, it gets even worse. Also, friendly reminder, please send the exact amount. Do not send more than the exact amount. Because yes, you send extra. Now we have to refund you because we love you. But then guess what? That's a fucking transaction. If you send $40 instead of sending 10, and then you want the $30 back or whatever it might be, but it costs us $50 to send it to you, like, come on. Like, be smart. Understand what's going on. You know what I mean? We love you. We got money, but let's not waste money. Okay? Because if not, after a while, we're going to tell you, you know what? You're going to get it, but we're going to wait until the price are like super low so we can do a batch run because you are costing us money, not understanding that you just need to follow direction. So we have articles for a reason. So please, please, please have that in mind. Say that to your onboards. Very, very important. And if there is a delay, first thing you should do before you complain is go to gas tracker, check the gas. Because chances are that's the reason why. Because the issuance of the smart wallet, everything is done automatically. The moment it starts to go 150 grade plus whatever, the system won't set because it's too expensive. Because again, repetition, we're already paying 90% of the cost. We'll have to wait until the grade goes down and it will automatically trigger the transaction and your wallet will be turned on. So yes, sometime it might take a couple hours. Sometime maybe a day when Ethereum goes really crazy. We'll just ask you to be patient. Pulse chain is around the corner. But I really wanted to say this here because I do at least 10 tickets like this per day. So I realized that was an important thing to talk about so that you can tell your onboard as well. Because when you get the notification that says, wait a couple hours, we got the info. We're ready to turn on. It's just a gas situation. That's all it is.
If you can't wait a couple hours, then Hex is not for you.
Right? So it's just saying, come on now. Like, make sure you understand that, and then we're doing our best because we got two options. Again, head of business operation, I wear my hat now. We got two options. Either we really turn it on, and then we start asking people $50 for wallets. Now what? You want to pay? You send us money, Mr. Customer, you will be always right. But if we're subsidizing 90%, we politely ask you to be patient and to understand that, you know, it's somebody else is paying to help you out. So just chill.
I take back what I said. Hex is for everyone. Thanks for correcting me, chat. We have 294 people watching. So everybody hit the like and subscribe or get out.
Yes, hit the like, people. Hit the likes. And then let me add just a quick comment into my boy Purple way back before we switch topic. Talking about his nervousness, talking to ladies. I got a pro tip for him. The first thing is you gotta, like everybody else, you have to be in the vicinity of pretty women often. That's how you get used to it over time. Just like public speaking, just like being on camera. You guys remember the day back in the day we used to talk to Bally Brand? I say, hey, just go on, press record, start talking. The topic doesn't matter. Get used to be in front of camera. When I used to go door to door, first thing I did when I was panicking, this, that, I know it sounds crazy, Karim panicking, right? 10 plus years ago, 12 years ago. It's like, no, knock on the door, say hi, just talk to people. That's it. You didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with you. Just have a conversation. Okay? Turn off this is going to be funny. Trying to turn off in your head the, hey, I want to have sex with you. You're a sex object. Just turn that off. Turn on the, hey, let's just have a conversation. I'm just talking to another human being. That's it. The more confident you become, because you're going to become comfortable being uncomfortable. Just being around the vicinity of pretty women, which is good. Then after a while,
I can speak to that from a mental health aspect too, because when people experience social anxiety, the treatment for that is systematically desensitizing yourself by building your anxiety tolerance. And so you're going to find just the right level of uncomfortability, and you're going to tell yourself that you're okay. You're going to give yourself a positive self-talk, positive self-monologue, and then you're going to go forward with the behavior of whether it's onboarding people or dating, right? Or making friends, right? Having healthy relationships. All those things rely on social skills that have gotten rusty due to lockdowns and due to just life in general, right? And so being able to take Karim's advice here, this is not financial advice, but I think we're allowed to give social advice. And the social advice is get out there and onboard people, make healthy friendships, and let people know about Hex.
Yes, because that's truly the key. And another pro tip that I've done always is I focus on the topic, the conversation. How can I add value in this conversation? And when you focus on that and you're trying to make eye contact with the person, which is cool, and then especially, in our Hex community, people are really cool, chill. They'll love you just for you being in the community. The ladies are too. Just don't be a freak, right? And the easiest way to not be that is just try your best to just like, hey, you're just having a conversation with your bro or something like that. It just happens to be a female. That's all. Don't be rude. Just have small talk. Be around. And then do that over and over and over until the point where you become comfortable doing that for a while. And then naturally, you're going to start picking up social cues, because women are really good at that. They're very expert. They will be able to leave cues to let you know when it's time for you to potentially move in if they're interested. If not, you will know what time it is, because by you being neutral, they will let you know if they're interested, because they will be the one initiating the conversation to go to a different level. And they'll be the one asking you the questions, like, personal questions, and kind of like in sales, where it's like when the customers start asking you buying questions, now you have a potential opportunity to close. Is it guaranteed? No, but at least you're in the right direction. But in the beginning, it's just brainstorming. Hey, why are you here? Talking to the customer, because you want to know, is that person even interested about the product you're trying to sell? In this case, are they interested in you, right? Don't put the cart before the horse. Figure out what's going on.
Purple says, bro, I just don't want to puke on him anymore.
You want, I got you. Just ride with me. I see pretty women all the time, so I'll help you out with that. Don't you worry. I'll keep you at good social distance, so you won't be doing any puking. So that's fine. But seriously, though, it's the remedy.
Seriously, for the introverts among us, and I'm not joking this time. I better preface that, since everything else I've said has been a joke up till now. Introverts, we have some difficulty coming forward sometimes. And so in my experience, I found, looking back, just being there, just getting off your computer and going somewhere where there's real people, that makes all the difference in the world. You can sit in the corner and be quiet if that's you. You don't have to step up and be someone you ain't, as long as you're not, too weird, I guess. And just be polite and be respectful, and keep showing up, and eventually someone's going to get to know you, and you'd be surprised, man. Things just come out of nowhere. I ain't never searched for nothing. I've wanted it. I've never searched for it, and I had more than my shares. So just be there and chill, and be consistent. Keep coming back. That's my advice.
We'll call it proximity. You want to be in the proximity. It's one of the fastest, best way to learn. You learn via osmosis. All your senses are turned on. You can see, hear, potentially touch, be in contact, shaking people's hands. It's a big deal. You know what I mean? This is why when we talk about gathering, when we're talking about conferences, we're talking about Cuatro Cinco tours, like just showing up to one just for your own belief and just like good well-being, connecting with those people. How happy we were to we've been talking to people online for over a year, and then we get to see face to face. It's just a breath of fresh air. So do not underestimate how powerful that is. So I know sometimes money is tight, make no mistake, but if you have the ability to go to any of those events near you, please go. The more you socialize, the better you become at socializing. Okay, there's no secret sauce. It's just keep showing up, like FutureUs just said. Just like working out, keep showing up, building muscle memory. Whether you're lifting weight, whether you're building your cardio, how many miles can you run? All this stuff. How many push-ups can you do? Everything is about building that tolerance. The more you expose, the better you be. Just remember, don't be weird, and the easiest way not to be, because I know some people are like, what does that mean, Karim? Don't be weird. It's just like, be there, be present, add value to the conversation. That's the key. If you feel like you're not going to be able to add value to the conversation, the way you add value is just by being there and being a attentive listener, because people will watch that and they will listen themselves. So you will become part of the conversation that way, by being an active listener. You're not talking, but you're part of the conversation. Myself, Maddie, FutureUs, we're talking right now. You guys are not talking, but you're part of the conversation we're having right now. So that's the 300 of us. That's the same way. And you do this over and over, and you'll be good. Go ahead.
As the night goes on, and a larger event, you'll find that if you really were listening, you'll be one of the few that were. And so when someone comes around and you can go, oh, yeah, what you were saying before about blah, blah, that really hit it, and you strike up a conversation. And it works because they were just about to leave, because it seemed no one else was listening to them.
Exactly.
But it really works like that,
It does.
And because you're in the active listener, you'll be able to synthesize that. Now you have something to talk about once the conversation break, and then you one-on-one with this person. That can be your topic of conversation. You're just brainstorming what you just heard. So
even just knowing that you were listening, if it's late enough, that's all you need. If it's 3 a.m. in the morning, like, wow, you heard that? Okay, come with me. But seriously, because everyone's in for the quick win. It's a little bit like trading versus delayed gratification. You got to invest time in people and show that you really care. And if you don't really care, then find someone you can really care about, because otherwise it ain't going nowhere. Unless you're a master. But I'm not in that league, so that's what works for me.
You're funny.
This is true.
But you know what's hilarious about the master thing you just said? We've just been delayed gratification the longest, because we've been out there in the field a while. We probably have more experience because we've been told no more than most people. It's literally that simple. It's just, again, like Wells who said, time in the market. We have a lot of time in that market.
Yeah.
We've been out there. We've been through all the dips,
No doubt about it.
We had the pump. We had the bear market. Trust me. Like, hey, have I had my heart broken when I was younger? Absolutely. Who hasn't, man? If you haven't, I must make a strong statement. If you haven't had your heart broken before, you haven't truly loved. I'm a passionate man. So, because again, it's a two-way street. The way you feel certain things is because there's something you can potentially lose. If it's just playing safe, yeah, you never get your heart broken, but you never really experience love, like genuine love, not like, hey, I'm trying to buy you out, bullshit love. Like, and yes, when that doesn't work, which is always part of the probability, there's no guarantees. It does hurt a shit ton because you thought that was the one, but then again, you learn from it. Time in the market. And then, your T-shirt gets more valuable. That's it. Everything is hatch related.
But it grows bigger and bigger over time, and it can never shrink.
Yes, sir.
So are things getting more complicated or less complicated for us now that the price of Hex keeps going up and we keep accumulating and delaying gratification?
I think less complicated for me. Because if you build a character and you've been basically waiting / expecting this to happen, it helps you out. This is why it's so important. Money is just the amplifier. So if you got potential, I don't want to say issues, but stuff that you're dealing with, try your best to deal with them. Don't run away from them because they'll always come back stronger. Try to address them, deal with them, talk to somebody, whatever it might be. Use the community because we're here for you. Because when the more money comes in, and if you haven't dealt with those things, the problem's just going to amplify.
Yep.
So that's the biggest food for thoughts, I would say.
Yeah. And good luck.
I keep seeing a lot of different stuff popping up in terms of seemingly very capable teams putting together tools to help other people understand. Now, this is an example. I finally checked my messages after like a long time of letting them build up, because obviously I'm building things too. I'm working tirelessly for Hex and for the community, and probably doing too many things with the road tour and the conference and the live streams and everything else. But what can I say? I love what I'm doing here. But it's awesome to see other people putting out Hex cameos. It's awesome to see other people building websites and making content. I love that, right? And
that Damon Jen cameo was money. I like that one too.
So here we have an example called howtopulse.com, which is made by a group that wants to make an NFT marketplace, which we often debate about how hurtful that is. But here they've got awesome articles that talk about lots of different topics, including like what is Pulse Chain. They have a really, really good video explaining what Pulse Chain is. Probably the best explainer video I've seen. And so I'm really excited about everything that people are out there building.
Hard not to be, right?
Yeah, for sure.
What's that?
Yeah, Wales said hard not to be, and I said
It's and how do we reach virality, right? We reach it by each person who's in Hex onboarding one person, right? And then the network effect takes over. And I think if you've been in Hex for any amount of time and you've seen the community and you understand even partially what Hex is all about, then you're excited to share it with other people. I know I am. I don't think I'm alone. Another thing that I've noticed is when I bring it up to strangers, I don't know if it's my confidence or my excitement or just the state of the world right now and the state of crypto. People are genuinely ready to hear about Hex. And I've noticed a shift where before it seemed like maybe because of lockdowns or maybe because of information overload, people weren't always ready to hear it as much as I'm seeing now. I don't know if it's the DeLorean. I don't know if having a DeLorean makes people listen to me.
That might be it.
Yeah.
All right.
Seriously, when I was in hospital the other day and the doctor finally came around with, the stethoscope and everything, and he was looking at, he wanted to have a little conversation he was watching my eyes to make sure they were coherent and all that kind of thing, because I'd been unconscious, smacked in the head pretty hard. And so he said, "Oh, what do you do?" and blah, blah, blah. And I said, "Oh, lately I've been playing around with crypto." And immediately it was like the exam almost finished. He was still watching. We had quite a lengthy conversation about what's going on and, where's it at and everything. And then he got paged. He's a hell of a nice guy. Then he got paged. He said, "Oh, that's me. I got to go. I'll be back when I can to do the actual exam." This is a busy professional man in a professional hospital where they're working hard. They really are. But he got hooked on that topic,
Of course.
And so
because people think like those people are not human beings too, and not dealing with the same problems that we have to deal with. They got their money they got to worry about. And this is a perfect example of FutureUs, or what I mean earlier about wait for them to pick interest, because they will dive in. They will come to you. They will ask questions. They'll forget what they're supposed to be doing. That's when okay, green signal, boom. Same thing with the ladies. That's when you're allowed to go more into depth.
Of course, me being the introvert, the first thing my brain did was, "Oh my God, how can I keep this short?"
Which isn't a bad thing either. Yeah. I had the same experience. So I was dealing with an appraiser, and the topic just came up, and Whales had been talking about it over the weekend with the bond and yield curves and the macro stuff. And so when I got the opportunity to bring it up with somebody, they got super excited about it. Somebody who is a no corner. And the more that I see this excitement spreading, that's how I know that virality is right around the corner. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's like I've been saying all along, right? At the end of the day, capital is going to go to where it's treated best. Doesn't matter. Right. And the fact of the matter is that a little dip isn't going to change anything about the reality of what's going on with Hex. In fact, all that's going to happen is that you're going to see a scenario build up where it's just a coiling scenario for Hex. And this is what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is you're looking across the landscape, and what's happening is that just interest rates are putting themselves in a position where you don't actually know what the end result is going to be, right? And what's happening in the market by itself right now is just a whole lot of not good things, or a whole lot of things that are going to bring bad things to the fore, right? And this is the thing that most people don't understand, and that's merely a function of what's being presented to the public, and that's really all it is. So
yeah.
I've got a briefing to read. I know we don't normally read other people's works, but I thought that this was so spectacular. It's by an author called Concoda, and it's titled "A Nightmare on Bond Street." Subtitle, "And a Stock Market Utopia." It says, Zero Hedge, the edgy libertarian blog, famous for predicting 3,000 of the last 3 recessions in the 21st century, tweeted last night, U.S. Treasury 30-year yield falls below 20-year for the first time. Right. So that's kind of ironic. And then the author goes on to say why bond investors, mostly algos, have become willing to receive a lower coupon for taking on more duration risk? Who knows? This is not something we should waste time on trying to assign a narrative to, as it's impossible to know. Was this an algo unwind, trouble in the plumbing, or did someone eat the wrong thing for lunch? The more catalysts we bring up, the more ridiculous trading based on one narrative becomes. Econometrics is plagued with pseudoscience, but when it comes to predicting the future, a data-driven approach beats narrative following. A big move in the MOVE index, which is bond volume, yesterday helped send yields plunging lower, but with rising growth and inflation expectations, alongside max fear on social media that fixed income markets are about to blow up. So this author is shorting bonds here, aka going long yields. Yeah, it's confusing sometimes.
Yep.
As for stocks, it's a matter of slowly reducing your long exposure. So then going into basically
he's basically longing Hex right now indirectly.
And then in the crypto markets, other than the incoming regulatory hailstorm, there's not much to review. So instead, here's an uncomfortable truth that most people don't want to talk about, i.e. how to be a buzzkill at crypto parties 101. And the author has made a comment on Dan Held's tweet that says Bitcoin will be the biggest transfer of wealth in human history. And Concoda puts ... from the fools to the early adopters. So this is somebody who has not found Hex, who will be part of the amazing brain trust that we're accumulating once he or she does. And I think is right in criticizing the old tech that is Bitcoin. You know, now old man Bitcoin's a teenager, and we're seeing all these market manipulation signals. But I want to hear what you guys think about all this bond yield inversion narrative BS.
This is epic. Wells, do I go first or you go first?
You can go first.
All right. So here's the funny thing, right? There's so much gold in what that guy has said. We're going to try to unpack all of it. But what I like about Zero Age is that although it's very serious, and Wells can tell you guys later how serious it is, he's trying to keep it kind of like PG-13 and kind of humor, put the humor on it. But it's bad. But, you know, kind of get to see the big picture. So first thing first, when he's talking about the yield and understanding, you know, the plumbing, what's happening. So when you say algo, it's basically reminding you that most of this buying is done by the Fed. You know, they're buying back their own, you know, stuff pretty much. It's not organic, real people want to buy it. Because again, common sense. Why would you? It's like saying, again, like Hex and yield, it's like saying longer no longer pays better. Literally. It's literally the opposite. Literally the 30-year stake, right? Quick math for the new people, so don't get confused. Bond yield, this, that. It's like saying the 30-year stake is start to yield, pay you less than the 20-year stake. That makes no sense. So again, longer will no longer pays better. So it's like it raised an alarm like, why am I holding this thing? I should not be holding this thing. It's literally financial suicide because it's slow but guaranteed death. That's the thing, because there's no upside. That's what we talk about when it inverts. So that's the first red flags to see. The second red flags to see is to understanding, again, back to the plumbing. They're doing this because they don't have any other option. If not, the whole thing is going to collapse. It's undressing Paul to dress Peter. They need to borrow money over there longer for lesser reward to come back and cover the shortfall on the short term. And the reason why it has to pay you less, it's because the interest just to service the debt is insane. It's going to get to a point because of the compounding effect, and I hate to say it, that's the sad truth. You're not going to be worried about war or all this other budget spending crazy. The reality is just servicing the debt becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's literally the source of where the deficit spending keeps going crazy. We're collecting more tax dollars than we ever had before every year consistently, yet we're more and more in debt every year, more and more net negative because we have a spending problem. Now, we have a spending problem because there's a lot of promises that's been made, not to go too much in politics, but, you know, between what was promised to people, rightfully so, 401k, whatever, Social Security. So I'm not blaming the people to want what they want. They've been promised that stuff, but they shouldn't promise something that they cannot be paid. And now, just to service the debt, that's why we're getting all this roller coaster. So it's like a credit card that's been maxed out, and then you're asking for a credit line increase. But your rate's only getting worse and worse, and your minimum payment keeps getting bigger and bigger. And it's going to get to a point where it's going to reach systemic critical risk, where you cannot basically service the debt. The only way you will is to go to massive further devaluation, which is then hyperinflation kicks in, and then it's see you later, bye-bye. So this is the combination of all those things. And he's basically also saying, see the writing on the wall. It's inevitable because it's just math, right? The boulder has already been pushed down the mountain, and it's just catching steam. Because what are you going to do? Not pay the social benefits? You want to see social unrest on the street? So no, it's not going to happen. They're going to pay. And because the debt is denominated in dollars, they're going to print their way out. And by doing so, by creating inflation, they steal your wealth to pay back that debt, because it's paid back with cheaper dollars. So they minimize the debt, but then they're also the one buying back all those financialization assets and all this other stuff. So long story short, bringing it back to crypto, why is it important? Because fixed products are needed, yields are needed, and there's going to be a mass exodus. And this is why we personally believe, and I definitely do, that Hex is superior than Bitcoin and will pass Bitcoin. Not because we're trying to, we already graduate from the little, this, that, this coin, that coin, shit coin, this stuff. No, we're talking about utilities now. Bitcoin can stay where it is. I'm dead serious. It can stay where it is price-wise, and we can just go up in price, and we're going to pass it by all the metrics, market cap, trading volume, this, that, you name it, because this is the thing that runs the world. Hex is the future bond market. There's no more better liquid market than the bond market. So if the old one is going to collapse and on its way out, you're looking for the new one, the better one that actually pays you a decent yield, that actually makes sure there's no middleman involved, no crazy KYC manipulation, all those things that we don't like, that government created via central bank proxy, that created the situation that we're in. Hex has solved all of that, empowers the individual, not just the elites, so to speak. So we have all the ingredient. We're just waiting for the old to collapse so we can take over the new. Gold collapsed. Bitcoin took that market cap over, or it's doing that as we speak over the years. Bond market is going to eventually collapse. And with the plumbers, we got the new plumbing, brand new house, ready to go. And our pipes are clean, ready to be used. And with pulse chain, really, lesser fee.
And when the elite comes in and they go, who do I talk to get a better deal with this Hex thing? Because I'm interested.
The system self-regulate. It's like a Tesla, it self-diagnoses itself.
You and that gutter rat exactly the same. Have at it.
Yes, we could just be like the tech on site. When you work at a power plant, when everything's automated, but every now and then you need the special technician to come in just to make sure. Yeah, we'll be the special technicians here and there. But the thing is, it's gonna self-regulate. This is why it's such a beautiful balancing system, self-regulating itself. So that's why it's so important. That's why you saw the DXY dollar index spike back up crazy also, and it's still above 94 and trending upward, because there's a lot of cracks that are starting to happen. And even at constant speed, if the yield and the dollar stay where it is, it's just a matter of time until the crack gets bigger, because the plumbing is already under severe pressure. So the pipe is about to bust. It's either the pipe bust or they go massive devaluation, which is still basically saying the pipe has busted, because they're using cheaper dollar to pay back the old debt. So it's a function of hyperinflation. Yeah. Exactly.
They're trying to pull it back as fast as they can, but not too fast, but not too slow. And
yeah, exactly. It's like Ethereum in a way. They're trying to change the engine while the car is driving, but it's just they lost control of the control.
So they steal it. They steal it from savers.
Yep.
And they steal it from technology, right? Because technology creates abundance, but infinite money printing, right? Like on an exponential curve makes up for the exponential curve that technology creates. So people are getting robbed blind in so many different ways. And at some point, the system balances itself out by people either getting angry and overthrowing the government like they did in the Ukraine, right? Not too long ago, like 8 years ago or something. And then, right? Or it's some combination of a new technological breakthrough like Hex, which is creating digital scarcity better than Bitcoin, is how I explain to new onboards. Because when you time lock, you are allowing the price to go higher, and that's creating more digital scarcity in the present moment. And so that's a better system.
Absolutely. But then again, just to bring it back to the hot topic for Zero Hedge is that not only you're time locking, but what you're doing is you're performing an important function that the bond market was supposed to be doing. Again, because you're creating different yield at different time frame, different interest rate. But we're like next level. We're not like, it's not like, oh guys, we got a 3-month yield, 1 year, 2 year treasury, whatever, all the way to 20, like only like 5 or 6 options, and back in the day, there used to be even less. With Hex, it's literally by the days. It's more flexible. It's more option. You have full control, purely decentralized. I mean, it's just a superior evolution. It's like going from telephone pole to like smartphones. You know what I mean? It's just so advanced and it solves so many things at the same time.
Well, time does pay us because of technological advances that really are hard to stop, right? And so that's why the bond market can pay a certain interest rate over time, until the dollars become more abundant and less scarce. But still, it's good enough, right? World reserve currencies last for about 100 years, right? We've seen that in the past 600 years.
Well, they typically don't last that long. They really don't surpass 50 years. If you look at that little chart you got, you'll notice that very rarely do they surpass that. And I think that this brings us back to the whole topic at hand, which is yield curve inversion and why does it happen?
Please.
I think it's important for people to realize why investing exists in the first place. I mean, it's the whole reason it exists is because fiat sucks. So there needs to be a way to replace that fiat that is ever missing or ever fleeting, better yet. And the reality is that is what investing is all about. And as funny as it sounds, there is no actual value add there. Because if you had sound money, you wouldn't need this in the first place.
Exactly. Because it's literally paper with dead people on it, inflationary, constantly being devalued every day over time, because the more added to circulation, right? And it's doing at a rapid pace. You have this piece of garbage, which is not real money because it was supposed to be a promissory note. Now it's backed by debt, not backed by money, because people confuse that money and currency is not the same thing. And
so
then,
the case,
go ahead, man.
The case for inflation is that it stops the richest people from hoarding money and causes them to be incentivized to invest. Is that right?
Well, no, that's a story to poor people, because at the end of the day,
mostly the poor people, actually, to keep the economy moving.
Exactly. Because guess what, Maddie? In the balance of probability, if you just think about it objectively, rich people are usually the one that spends the most because they understand they have to, spend money to make money to some level, at a high level, right? They're just trying to do it in a very smart way that they're self-sufficient. The problem is the rich people, well, they understand that at the same time, I need to be investing, I need to be making money passive so that my spending doesn't outperform basically what my wealth building is doing. So that's why I'm not running a deficit, right? At the end of
the largest portion by far of the rich person's funds is not liquid and not being spent because they're having to protect it. Whereas the poor person, everybody else pretty much, the vast majority of their available funding is having to be spent on survival and whatnot. So if the population in general gets themselves in the mindset that they're going to live on the smell of an oily rag and only spend money when they absolutely have to, barter, swap, big steal for everything else, then the financial money economy sort of screams to a halt because it's not moving around. So that's why they've decided that around 2 to 3% inflation seems to be about right historically to sort of keep things ticking over, you know.
Yeah, because the fundamental problem that they created is that they created this inflationary economy, which created this spending economy, which created this instant gratification economy.
Then snowballed into other things, and it's
this is why I say, Maddie, the issue is not so much right or wrong, because I mean that's just an ideology thing. I personally believe it is wrong, but it's what they have to tell people as the story for the system to work. Because here's the reality that the fools and whoever else will never tell you that the rich people have to do. You see, people like to talk about how the rich people spend the money after they're being rich. They don't want to talk about how the rich guy, wealthy guy, fuck rich guy, how the wealthy guy got wealthy to begin with. And that's the unpopular truth that you never see, but that always exists if you actually
dig. Poor longer than his neighbors did, basically.
Exactly. They delay gratification the longest. You know the saying back in the day, you tighten the belt, right? You stay broke, not poor. You act like you got no money. The average millionaire in the United States is the person you will never expect. It's your carpenter, your plumber, the people that you see, they drive around, beat up cars, this and that. But they master delayed gratification. They master self-discipline. And this is why they have all this abundance. This is why they get all this surplus, to a point where they have so much compounding delayed gratification, point intended here with Hex, to the point where now I can't even spend it all, even if I wanted to, because I've compounded that good behavior for so long. But that is the fundamental core value that got them there. You see, people like to talk about after the fact, where it's like, oh, but he's spending only a fraction of his wealth, although it still could be millions of dollars, but nobody talks about how he got there to begin with. So this overspending, inflationary garbage is actually what's keeping the poor poorer. Nobody wants to give the actual.
But when
by always spending only a fraction of their wealth, even when they were dirt poor, I mean, there's just no other way.
When the system is paying inflation to like cover for the rich people instead of giving it equally to anyone who's saving, right? And when the price of everything tomorrow is higher, not because that's the natural state of things, but because the government is printing more, so they get to spend the dollars first.
Exactly.
And when Jeff Bezos, buys enough Congress people that he doesn't have to pay sales tax for the first 10 years while he's building his business, that's robbing everybody else.
Yeah. Because the inflation, to some extent, the inflation is not bad in itself, so I get where Futurist is coming from. But what's worse is that, like Maddie was pointing out, is where that inflation money is going. Who get to spend it first? What kind of behavior is being incentivized here? Yeah. That's the key. I want to challenge people to the core.
Loopholes get bigger and bigger, ever since Fiat was invented, they quote unquote have tried very, very hard to keep it stable. And it was only ever an experiment. I mean, it's not like and said this is the way it's going to work, and they've tried and tried and tried, and as they've been trying to keep their fiat system stable, everybody else is looking at the way it all works and finding all these little things they can do to sort of, get a bit of money out of there that probably screw the system, but at least they'll get rich. So they have to patch it different ways, and now it's just kind of snowballed to a point where it's questionable that any kind of printing or anything is going
to be. And you can see that in the chart. Wells had this beautiful chart when he's charting the bond market. You can see the parallel channel. Remember Wells, that channel over like 50 years, how the yields been doing, and then you can see when they lost control and the whole thing just went fucking bananas. And now we reached the point of no return. Now it's just literally, that's the sad truth. It's just a matter of time. When is this thing's going to collapse? But it will be, because it's just math. It's bound by math. The weight of the debt will become so heavy that two things are going to happen. It's either going to collapse in the natural sense of the term, or it's going to collapse indirectly in the form of rapid inflation, aka hyperinflation. We're already in that phase already. They can tell you whatever they want to tell you, but the rapid devaluation is telling you already the system is failing, because that stability factor is gone. Now you're getting crazy stuff. You're getting yield inversion. You're getting 30-year yield paying less than 20-year, which doesn't make sense at an investment standpoint, because who should be dumb enough to take less money on their investment for a longer period of time? That makes no sense. But when you look at it like you put your plumber hat and you're trying to now look at the investor, even though you should, you're just thinking about the system as a whole. That's what the plumber must do to keep the pressure under control. Because if the plumber doesn't do that and that yield run away, the interest rate run away, all that massive debt, just a couple basis points, Wells can talk about it. It's trillions of dollars that you have to repay, which we do not have. And our kids going to have to pay that back, which is insane.
Yeah.
So it's
technically you could just adjust the formula, write it off, and everything would be fine.
Yeah, right away.
Yeah, but then you see the precedent.
Right.
You see the precedent, and that will destroy the economy forever, because people will be like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. They'll just fix it." Right.
But then you just switch to the next money, and
right. And then hey,
everybody's pissed, but you give them something, and so it's like there are so many ways for the system to balance, right? But it depends on the participants and every market actor. I think there are some really clever ways that people trick each other in today's markets, but crypto is bringing more transparency than ever. And what did they do to it? They corrupted it, right? By making people hold Bitcoin on centralized PayPal accounts where you can't transfer it out, by getting people to think that all these dog coins are crypto, and that makes them not take it seriously. So
it's a different day, though. Let's be clear. That's just all the piranhas running around taking advantage of the broken system.
Yeah, look at the incentives. Follow the incentives,
for sure.
And we can predict outcomes based on incentives. That's what Bitcoin showed us, right? And continues to show us, is that we can trust certain outcomes and predict certain outcomes. We can have a more certain monetary policy than chaotic politics can give us through mathematical proofs, through decentralized power relationships. And yet at the same time, all these whales thought it was a great idea to create leveraged exchanges, right? And to place scam your neighbor type stuff. And that stuff that's short-term thinking, right? Because they're not looking at all the benefits. Like, we could pay off the national debt if everybody was more productive, but everybody would have to feel like they're getting a good deal in order to really motivate people with positive, not negative reinforcement, positive reinforcement. If the price of things went down and everybody had more, that would be the natural state, except the government wouldn't be able to print as much money. And so this is I think the benefit of looking at Hex as a way to incentivize people to change their behavior from a borrowing from your future self mentality, which, by the way, is the rational thing to do. Economists, I hate this. Economists say people are bad at saving, and when the macro environment punishes savers, right? And so then they say the solution is to get everybody to contribute to a centralized retirement account because people are so bad at saving for their future. Well, that's within the context of governments and whales stealing from everybody. And if people really did believe that they would have more later on, then they would have the choice to delay gratification instead of not even getting to choose, right? That's my prediction.
Yeah, for sure. More importantly, it's not so much the current state, the solutions that you come up that people in general come up for the current state of things. Some of them could really work, but the problem is the current state of things is not constant when you've got a financial system that can be tweaked this way and that, up and down, left and right.
Yeah, this is why the analogy of, again, they're trying to change the engine when the car is moving. And the problem is the car is running on E right now. And this is why I said there's only two outcomes, because it's bound by math. Outcome one, like I said, collapse. Like you were saying, tweak a button, this and that. It's called default, not paying, changing, whatever. At that point, you basically are recognizing that you cannot pay your debt. Therefore, your default, which obviously they cannot let that happen because it's like your AAA rating goes to whatever. And then option B is, which is still a way of default, but more like kind of indirectly, is by printing your way out, aka hyperinflation, which we are on. Make no mistake. We're not Venezuela, but we're printing at an insane rate that has never been done in the history of the world. Again, 40, almost 50% of the currency has been printed in the last 19 months. That's unheard of. That's a rate of inflation that we have never seen for the US dollar.
The amplitude of the swings and the rate of acceleration, either up or down, is the enemy of any economic system.
Yes.
And that is the thing they're fighting to try and think. But, I mean, it looks to me and it looks to all of us like they're going to lose it this time. Maybe they pull one more miracle out of their head. I don't know.
No, there's no more. There's no more miracle. That's out of the bag. Like you said, the VIX, the volatility index is so insane. This is by definition the proof that it's unstable, because you are supposed to quote unquote control it, even though you should let market do what market does. But because you want to control it, which means it becomes centralized, which is bad, but you can't even handle your own mandate. So you're centralized, which is bad. But then you tell us, I need to centralize because I need to be Big Daddy and chaperone to make sure nothing bad happen. But you're the reason why the bad things are happening. Because the more you try to tweet and over and you know what I mean? You're not following the rest of the system. And then
Fiat
gets
system
worse.
exists to try and moderate the unpredictability of rapid market inclines and declines. And it worked for a while. I think it helped America out a hell of a lot from sort of when it started for the first.
Well, I wouldn't say America. I would say baby boomers. Make no mistake. America is listening to you right now, and some of them they don't feel like that because they were not during those fucking times when you were getting 18% interest at the bank at the fucking CD. And you got some like low jams, basically like in crypto. You're buying assets super cheap, buying house super cheap. You bought Microsoft when it was on a low,
no, that's right. Yeah, well, I mean, America
doesn't feel that way
at the moment, right? I mean, and I think Fiat had a lot to do with that. But people find ways to they get used to the new system and they figure out ways to sort of like cheat it and mess it up for the rest of us.
Or what they do, because I'm not trying to blame anybody, but what they do is they learn the system and they realize how rigged it is and then just opt out, which they are doing. That's why they go to crypto. Because they know the game is rigged. The game is rigged against them. Shit is overinflated, overpriced. At any time could drop because, again, the volatility is insane. You buy something, it drop like crazy. So you're like, wait a minute. I'm not even incentivized to stay here. I've figured out how this game is played. I've figured out how I'm being wrecked. Therefore, I need to opt out to protect myself. And caviar, I'm moving into the new thing, which is most likely going to be the replacement when the old thing dies. So now the people are actually being smart moving into crypto.
Can you imagine?
So where it's all gone wrong, of course, overall, is that it's all very well making tweaks here and there, increasing interest rates, decreasing interest rates and all that. But for the average person who's just trying to live their life and really doesn't want to have to know every nuance of how a national economy or a global economy is working, they can't keep up with that stuff. And so the knowledge gap, right? If you don't know what's coming and what it means, you can't adjust for it. And why should you anyway? And this is obviously why the average person's getting poorer, because every time a correction's made, doesn't matter whether it's up or down or left or right or sideways, the person who doesn't understand what's coming and what it's going to mean, we pay the price. And that's been my life.
It's the perfect setup. It's the perfect setup for Hex. People are so ready for something. It's
Hex
fair.
is a system that can't be changed
and positive.
The there and it's right.
So imagine
it's going to have a huge crash. It's going to have a huge crash, and nobody can tweak it and mess about with it, and then it'll have its gains again or whatever it does.
This is why I really like how Richard did not call Hex a crypto in the early marketing and still distances the word Hex from crypto in a lot of different ways, right? Not in every way, right? The Telegram group is Hex crypto, but other than that, he's spoken against calling it a crypto for the reason that it's the same reason WhalesOnly has, I think, his movement. There's only one thing out there that meets the criteria of Hex. And it's not like these other cryptos, which are losing their credibility as we speak. I don't know what dog coin the world is hearing about now, but right, it has nothing to do with what crypto is. Maybe Whales, maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because again, it ties back to what I said earlier. It's all about why this whole game exists in the first place, right? You look at the spectrum and you go from sugar to shit, right? You go from hex to meme coins, right? And that's the spectrum. And, and that's literally going from platinum to the best you can get to the worst of the worst, right? And, the whole system has fooled people into believing that the spectrum that is right of what is hex is actual crypto, when in fact it is not, right? And I've been saying that for the longest time because that's the correct reality. And that's simply because if there is an intermediary involved, then it's not crypto. It's very straightforward. Admin keys, anything that's on an exchange in a great capacity where you can't even find it on a DEX, like that's clearly crypto, or not crypto, that's promise coin, or you're dealing on an exchange, right? And you're just setting yourself up for failure. And you take all of these other factors into account. You look at what is it that you're actually trying to accomplish here, right? And what you're actually trying to accomplish is just you're simply trying to compound your capital. At the end of the day, that's all we're trying to do. So when you sit back and you look at what is the whole purpose of this system, of why do I have to compound my capital? Well, you have to compound it because what you initially have isn't sufficient in the first place. It's just not. So, it's funny because we have this roundabout conversation, and the reality is that the problem is the money. When you don't have sound money that actually allows items to sustain their value, well, you're gonna have this conversation of where is the best pocket to invest. Well, the problem is that we just have good money anyway, so it doesn't actually matter. It shouldn't, right? Like, what happened before? Like, what was expanding the economy before? Was it really the railroad expansion, or was it the fact that they were printing greenbacks to the fucking moon? Right? And these are the things that nobody looks at because it happened fucking 150 years ago, but I do.
Yeah, nobody was there. Exactly.
Yeah, and the fact is that everybody got played again. Everybody got played
almost
again.
catch it on the rebound so many times, but not this time, I don't think.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you read history, you'll find out there was a time where there was multiple even dollar bills out there floating around because they were making counterfeiting dollar left and right, which is again legal theft. Like, it's illegal to do that. You and I do something like that, we go to jail. Like, it's just now it's so in your face. They do this thing in your face, but because they rig the system so much that you're forced, or they make it seems like it, that you're forced to be complicit. Because if you now basically we're crashing the whole thing, which is gonna hurt you. And I'm looking at it, wait a minute, I'm already hurt. What you talking about? Where I'm from, it gets to a point when people reach to the point of no return, where it's like I don't have any gains in this thing, so I should let it collapse because I'm not getting anything anyway. So it's like I got nothing to lose. And when that happens, the whole thing will collapse, and those people will run shitless. That's why they're trying to steal as much as they can while they can, because that's another negative things that come with this money printing, because they're also over financialize everything. They're buying all the assets.
Oh yeah, I mean, how else does a commodity go negative?
Exactly.
Right?
That is insane. Yeah, exactly.
That's not possible. That's like paying somebody to produce something for you, or the producer paying you to buy the item that they produce.
Yeah,
that's
that they produce makes no fucking sense.
That's ridiculous.
Well, because they didn't have anywhere to store it, right?
No, that literally makes no sense, man.
That makes no sense, man.
Yeah,
you can tell me
that's never happened in history, bro.
Never.
Period.
You can tell me all the what is zero mathematically. You can. It's like you just told me, Maddie, a division just got divided by a number less than zero. I'll be like, wait, what?
Nah.
Like, no. It doesn't make any sense.
No conversation to be had. It's just
it's a scam work, right?
Well, it's beyond the scam.
That's beyond the scam work. That's highway.
Yeah.
That's
highway
theft on grand, like on a global scale. That's what that was.
That's a good point.
Because even if you have high supply, when the supply demand economic comes in, the value should trend towards zero. That's cool. But like a limit, if you study limits, it trends towards zero, but it can never be zero.
Correct.
That's what it should
it's
have
going towards infinity almost.
Exactly. You can charge
people knew. People knew when they had. People knew when they were filling up barrels of oil that they weren't all going to fit in the storage facilities that existed, right? Like that information
is obvious to anybody.
Is obvious.
Yeah.
And so that's how we can tell just from critical thinking that was
the setup.
That
was a setup.
Okay. That was the setup.
Cool.
But
yeah, that's really interesting.
The fact that it goes negative, they should be going to jail. Period. Full stop. End of story.
Yeah.
Because you can end up paying the guy $0.0000001. That's
People
fine.
went bankrupt, bro.
Yeah.
People went
but
bankrupt.
Negative. Yeah. Exactly.
A lot of people went bust.
And because they went bankrupt, that's when you can say scam weight in a way to get them liquidated.
Yeah. Technically, it should be okay because by rights, when you go right back to the beginning, we should have been able to just go, don't really like this greenback, going to use gold and silver now. But of course,
yeah, but that's the thing.
Right?
But that's the problem. That's the problem, though, Future. The problem is the lack of education. People not realizing. Like, for example, where they're already in Venezuela, they're doing that. They're literally digging for gold nuggets and using gold flakes. They're not even using Bitcoin. This is how done they are with the system because people there understand that even Bitcoin is co-opted. People there understand that because what are they like? What are you doing with Bitcoin? That shit takes hours, and it's not. And it's not the shit talk Bitcoin. It's just not a transactional currency. Period. It's not. It's not fixing anybody's problems. It's not.
You're not treating anybody better charging high fees. Even in Bitcoin, $5 is a high fee.
Yeah.
That's not banking the world. That's not helping anybody. It's helping the people who are already there, who tried to build something new.
Yeah, because those
ended
people
up
are not
building
trying to
the
buy
old
coffee with
thing.
the Bitcoin. Exactly. They're just trying to hold it and then play the narrative play instead of being out there helping the people. You get what I'm saying? And this is where another very prohibiting things is those high transaction fees. That's another scheme that they create. The same way, how coincidentally, every time there's major move, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of a sudden the gas fees are so insane that the little guy cannot transact. This is also how they box you out. So they're the one making the trades, and you can't trade because you got no money.
I gotta go into a little rant here because it's for me, well, you gotta understand, right? Like I have dedicated my life to becoming like a fucking expert trader, right? Only to realize that I've been lying to myself because there's no such thing. An expert trader is a person that buys something and does nothing else.
Yeah.
Period. End of discussion. End of stream. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
All the greats, they become great because they understand two things. Number one, when they have to buy something inside. Let me rephrase. It's two things. One is when they have to buy something, and two is when they have to buy something in size. When I saw Hex, no brainer. Had to be bought in size. Whatever size it was I couldn't afford, that's what the fuck I had to do. Period. No discussion to be had there. Now, that's not to big up Hex. It's to simply point out that at the end of the day, the end result was simply me coming to the realization that the strategy that helps you win is a strategy that is you do nothing in. Right? We're all taught that being great traders is timing the market, getting the indicators just right. All this fucking dancing around, looking like Karim and shit. You don't got to do all that. And we love you dancing, Karim, but when it comes to trading, you literally don't have to do a damn thing. That is how you win. That is how you beat the market. Actually, it's by doing nothing.
Exactly. Find a way to distract yourself outside and don't look at that stupid screen.
That is when you dance like Karim.
There you go.
Dead ass.
You're monetizing time. That's
because the thing is, I'm telling you guys, man, 10 years just figuring this shit. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to do it? I know I can make money. I make money. I lose money. I make money. I lose money. Why? Because I'm too busy making decisions I don't need to be making. This is why. This is why I'm better than you now. Because I understand that one little thing.
And let's not forget, you're not creating massive taxable event left and right against yourself. Because God forbid you're lucky random to make a profit, shit,
Right.
you may have to return a lot of that profit back.
Yeah.
Like, that's why we're saying the game is rigged, and they make it look like, oh, you have a chance. Buy my educator, buy my program.
People are like, that's okay. I set up a company, so when there's a big loss, I'll just be able to claim it back in future.
Right? But you know how
always.
insane that sound? It's like you say, hey, Karim, we're about to
the company, so they can't afford an accountant, so they're screwed.
Yeah. This guy sounds to me, it's like, Karim, we're gonna go play for this competition, because I'm very competitive. But don't worry, even if we know we're gonna lose, that's okay. We're gonna get a medal just because we participate. That's how it sounds to me. That's insane. They're already justifying losing money. How many of us have heard those people even talk about, oh, it's expected and it's okay for you to lose money your first 3 years? Just write your tuition and this and that. They literally
that's part of the game.
Yeah, it's basically saying, come us, we're gonna racket you.
And it's part of the game. So I say it all the time, you gotta learn how to lose money. That's what that is. Because you're taught you gotta do 1,000,001 things. And this is why I laugh, right? This is why I'm like, I gotta go into the room, because people gotta understand, like, everything that you're sold is a lie. And it applies to everything. Like, I'm sorry, it literally applies to every facet of your life.
Narrative play.
It's all to get, because here's what you got to realize. They can't sell you one thing and then not sell you everything. This is their world. It's their show. Why would it not all be the same? You would have to be a moron to think otherwise. Because here's the thing. They don't hide anything from you.
Yeah, it's in your face. Hey, how else they're gonna get those transaction trading fees if there's no keyword trading fee? They need items.
They don't ever lie. They don't ever lie.
It's in your face.
And once you buy in, then they've got you because you have a sunk cost. So psychologically, you're gonna be incentivized. The more you play the game, the more you're gonna want to play the game.
Revenge trading. That's where that comes from, sir.
Yes.
And then the addiction start to kick in, and then like a gambler, oh, I'll get it back, and then you don't have money. Oh, I'll go borrow money, and then it becomes very, very downward spiral from there.
I think I've got the answer. I mean, if crypto and Hex didn't exist, I think I've got the answer. We just replaced the greenback with a deck of cards. Every time you get paid, you just get a new deck. And then, I don't know,
cut it and pick 52.
5-card start or something around the
right.
Oh my god.
They all look about the same.
That's just as good as Russian roulette.
What is?
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, but
you become a certified gambler then.
Yeah, but this is important, right? Because this is why we're still talking about it. It's like I feel like we've gone around the block, but we're really talking about the same thing because it always comes back to the same item, right? And that item is simply the reality that when we're trying to make money, and this is all we're trying to do, no matter whether we're trading, no matter whether we're staking, no matter whether we're doing nothing, no matter whether we're buying something, whatever the action is, the whole reality is that we're simply trying to do one thing, and that is compound capital.
Store value over time.
That's it. That's it.
Yes, let's slow down how quickly the value
and time is valuable because technology makes things more abundant in the future because of network effects and whatnot, right? We've really seen that trend that's hard to see now because the price of things are going up again, right? Because of theft. And so to create digital scarcity and to monetize time and to actually have savers being rewarded, that's the killer app.
Yeah. And Matty, you touched on something very important here when you talk about deflationary, because the key takeaway is that, again, they lack the wisdom because, like Wells was saying, they're too busy being in and out of position, trading things that they're confusing price with value. They don't know what's very valuable versus what's valueless because they got too many shit coins they're trading back and forth, too many things that they don't even understand, they don't know about. They heard about it last week or the week prior, and then the week after that, they're on to something else. So they're missing all the innovation. They're missing all the technology that are good. They get information overload. And then the things that are actually valuable, that are creating financial innovation, that is deflationary, all this other stuff, you're missing all of that upside because while you are too busy juggling around all those different things, you are not monetizing time into the asset that's deflationary, the new product that's actually going to be winning. And this is where the wisdom comes in. This is why Hex is so special, because those who really understand and monetize it, and because they monetize it, they get to absorb all that deflationary force that adds value to their holding over time, and they're building wealth. And those who don't, that keep playing the juggling game, that keep playing the back and forth and being confused between price and value, they never get to see that. And then years later, when they look back, oh, wow, this thing went how many percent? Yeah. And how much of that did you capture? Like the same old adage, oh, Ethereum went this much? Yeah. How much of that shit did you capture? Bitcoin went how much? Yeah. How much did you capture? You're not, how much of the 6.5 million hacks, like Richard perfectly says, did you capture? Almost none of it. Then, you need to shut the, you know what, and then move on. And that's really the key. Those who understand the difference are the ones going to be the wealthiest in the end. Stress-free. Not bouncing around. What's easy to do is also easy not to do. That's where the wisdom comes in.
Aaron's asking, what else does Whales think is rigged? Whales, what else do you think is rigged?
Give me a second, guys. I'm on a call. Give me a second.
No
but
problem.
I mean, I'll put it to you like this: layer of lies. But I'll be right back.
So,
I like that.
people,
layers of lies.
People are noticing now that, let's say, the price of gas is going up, right? Mm-hmm. But they're because the dollar is their unit of account, right? They're not saying or seeing that the dollar of the value, or that the value of the dollar is going down, not the value, not the price of the oil is going up, right? Because we always want to look at the denominator to really know when dollars become less scarce, then we see prices going up because the dollars are less valuable, not because the goods are more scarce or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, layers of lies. To piggyback what Wells says, there's multiple layers because not only they're lying about one thing, but they're lying about many other things, which happens to be connected to one another. So it's a compounding lie. You think you got sound money? That's a lie. They hijacked a long time ago. They replaced it with this debt-based system, which benefit them more than it benefit you because you got no money printers that they do. Then other lie, they convince you that inflation is good. They show you all the good principles. Look at this. The rich needs to be able to, and of course they got to blame it on the rich, right? Because it's like sales. They're selling it to you. So they got to make it look like you the hero. Here's the bad guy. Here's the story. And this is how you win. When the reality is the fucking opposite. When the reality is, yes, the money is printing and this and that, but they forget to tell you that you're not the one receiving that inflation that they so-called talk about. They don't tell you
you're in hacks.
Well, exactly. They're not telling you this is a political game. They don't tell you that there's a lot of ass kissing. They don't tell you that there's a lot of like pay to play. Because the more you figure out, the more you realize there's layer to that onions. I figure out this lie. Okay, now I think I'm free. I'm going over there. Oh man, this other lie. Oh wow, I figured about inflation, indirect theft. Oh my God. All right, well, we need to get to the money printer then. Then you go over there. Oh wow, I don't have access. I'm not a politician. I'm not in public. And then you realize, oh wow, I gotta learn about this tax code, how to protect myself. Oh wow, I realized that I might have to bribe this other guy over there so he can write the tax law that I need to. I mean, it's just never ending. So you see some of that too. Oh, sound money, this, that, cash peer-to-peer. Nope. Switch to other value. And then it's like, oh, we're going to do all this thing and decentralized work. Oh, yeah, trading fees. Oh, this. Oh, margin trading. Oh, like not your key, not your crypto. Oh, rug pull. Oh, meme coin. Like people now, even when you found the sound money, the sound crypto, the good one. Now they're gonna try to convince you to go buy some other meme to steal even that from you. Like you get what I'm saying? So it's a constant battle of like you figure it out, but there's always layers to it, layers of life.
Shout out to the Crypto Wonder podcast. Thanks to you guys, I've become a staking beast. Facts, Cuatro Cinco, much success to everybody. Shout out to you. And that's what I heard the most at the meetups that we've been having are people coming out and saying that because of Quant Gang, because of all the Hex streamers in the community, and I want to give you credit, the primary credit, right? Because you're the one who took the action. Right? Actions speak louder than words. You're the one who spent the time to get the education, you know? And so shout out to you, everybody out there who's in the staking class, everyone who continues to educate yourselves and participate in this community that we have here on Tuesday nights.
Amen, buddy. Amen. Very well said. Very, very well said.
You know, Bitcoiners, they always like to bring up this idea that the more that the Bitcoin system gets attacked, the more resistant it becomes, right? But you got to wonder when PayPal is holding all people's Bitcoin, people don't even know what it means to hold your own keys. They don't know what keys are, but they own Bitcoin. They own Dogecoin. They own Shiba Inu, right?
Let's talk about that for a second, right? Even those people, let's even pretend to give them the benefit of the doubt that it was so-called, sound money, this, that. Let's pretend that for 2 seconds, right? I'll go back to what I said earlier. Again, how much of the 6.5 whatever million hex did you capture? So even them saying all this nonsense, don't watch what they say, watch what they do. They get prone upon. They get fucking liquidated. They lose all their fucking money, even though they were OG, so to speak, but they broke. Where's the money? Why are you all there shilling links, Bybit links, all this other stuff? Because you're broke, because you lost it all, because you spend it all, because you don't know how to manage money. And that's really what also this is about. They fell victim, prey of those lies, even themselves, even though they said they were better, so to speak, but they didn't know better. To a point where it's so sad, they had to beg the incumbent, the people they said they're going to replace, to come and quote unquote save them. And by saving them, let me remind you, they're taking your precious Bitcoins out of your hands. And like Manny just said, they give you the fake, the lie, the layer of the lie, the fake Bitcoin, the centralized version, you don't hold your coin, you don't hold your crypto. If we don't like you, if we get a subpoena from government, we will shut you down. All this other counterparty risk that you are actually set to run away against. So you don't get it. Once you finally kind of get it, you lose it all. You trade it away. You get liquidated. And now you're begging the incumbent to come save you. I mean, it's just sad beyond sad. You know what I'm saying? At a compounding rate sad. And this is why we want to wake people up to be like, hey, don't make that same mistake that they did, especially with Hex, which is way better. I like this quote here from the chat. Hex is a deflationary, time-locked, appreciating asset. Delayed gratification. See? Good summary right there, TJ. And that's the sooner you came to that realization, the better, the faster you'll be free. You'll realize what you hold, the real sound money, and you will not get played. And in our system, the inflation is the most fair because it's paid to everybody that do what they say they're going to do. There's no more inclusive fair system there is, period, which is important for adoption. So nobody feel like the game is rigged against anybody. The game is what it is. The function doesn't change. It is a product, not a project. It's the only crypto, like Wells perfectly says all the time. And all you need to do is know about it and get started.
The design is what makes the difference in a monetary instrument.
So I think people don't get like the point of trading, right? Like the point of trading is to do what you're already doing by staking. It's to make money. So whether it's a 100x trade or a 200x trade or whatever the fuck, it literally doesn't matter because you're still doing the same damn thing.
Because you want more coins. Yeah. What staking gives you. So it's like, what are you doing?
So, but this is why we always go back to the initial question you had, man. And that is, why are we even doing any of this? And this is because we have crappy money. Like, it always is going to go back there, because that's the whole point. If we didn't have crappy money, you wouldn't have the desire, the need, the intent, right, to have to go compound it elsewhere. So no matter whether it's trading, no matter whether it's buying and holding, no matter whether it's staking, whatever the terminology you want to use, the end result that we are all trying to achieve is actually the same. And people are just so busy being stuck in their heads, not paying attention to what's going on around them, that they can't even see that. And that's the whole reason why people don't get staking.
Yep. Because they're so confused. They got so much dopamine hits. They got so many fake shit coins to look at. They're in the casino. The mind is all over the place, that they miss the wisdom. They miss what is very important, even though it could be right in front of them. They're so overly stimulated. That's the sad part. That's why it's like, hey, the move is to not do anything, to stand
It's like
still.
it is those dopamine hits, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It really is. I've met people that talk to me like low key private. They cannot even justify themselves. Like, Karim, literally, it's just a dopamine hit. Like, talking to people that they don't even need the money. They just feel like they got to place a trade, man. It's just like literally looking like a junkie almost. You know what I mean? I mean, they admit it. That's how bad it is. But they don't understand that. Yeah, you could be a little lucky. You're a little bit better. But if you do that too long, there's people that are not so lucky. Most of them in the balance of probability are not, because you're able to made it out okay with the ballot wounds, but most people, they don't make it out okay. And if you're wise enough to understand that you have to get out before you lose it all. It's that the guy that gets lucky at the lottery or at the whatever casino first time, beginner's luck, right? I think that's what's called.
Yeah.
And then
I had that.
Yeah, but still got the wisdom. Hey, shit, I need to walk away. Let me take those gains, whatever that is. Let me try to go better myself with it. Let me try to compound that in a more safer way, instead of going back to the carousel, and then we know what happens next.
Yeah, getting back
When
on
that
the
greed
ride
gets too strong,
and not getting off.
exactly. Fear and greed, man, the two most powerful thing. I mean, change
Yo,
human beings' life.
so check this out, because this is one thing that I love thinking about. Excuse me, when it comes to trading, and that is being able to get on the ride and being able to get back off of the ride again. Now, what does that mean? Well, the whole point of investing is to always have capital invested, right? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
So
always working for you.
exactly. So what happens is that when you're actually taking one trade after the other, you got a couple wins, you got a bunch of losses, right? Like, that's the average. We got to talk about the average here, because we can't talk about the outliers, right? And an outlier is a person that wins 80% of the time and their P&L is fucking 500% every week. That's an outlier.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not everybody, so we can't talk like that. We got to talk like what is going to happen to the average person. And the average person is going to win 3 trades if they're good. If they're good.
Big if.
Big if. Because if they're not good, they're not winning those 3 out of 10. That's just a fact. Great traders make 3 out of 10 trades. Do people even know that? I don't feel like people even know that. Chew on that for fucking 2 seconds. 3 out of 10 trades as W's makes you a great trader on Wall Street. And I mean, this means you're going down in history books. I need you guys to understand. This is how
30%.
Yeah. Yes. Like, people don't understand. This shit is really difficult. It's not just some easy walking through like, in order for you to make money in this game, you have to understand the math. Period. There's no option around it. No option. Nobody knows that number existed. I'm pretty sure most people just heard that for the first time.
Correct.
30%. 30% of your trades is all you need to hit to be a great, phenomenal trader. How crazy is that? Because this is assuming you're minimizing your risks to the smallest possible level, so that it's allowing you to stay in the game, right? You're not ever leaving the game. You're always playing. And that's why, right? You can't win over and over and over and over and over and not be in the game. That's not possible. This is what people don't understand. This is why staking is a no fucking brainer. because when you're trading, you're taking action. And the problem with that is that you can't see what the end result of that action is going to be every time you take it. And every time you take a trade, you don't know if you're going to hit 3 in a row. You don't know if you're going to hit 2. You don't know if you're going to hit 5 and then miss 15. You don't actually know what your streak is going to be. So you're fooling yourself by thinking you have an idea just because you might have some back tested results. Might, because most people don't even use that. They just, shooting from the hip. That's a reality, right? So this is why we have to speak with that in mind, because I've done it and I wasn't using back tested results, and all I was doing was going off of what I knew I was seeing in charts and my own intuition and my own understanding of market psychology and blah, 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 blah. So I never actually used back tested anything. I still made money. So clearly you don't have to do that. But you have to know what you're doing, as far as, like, for example, I still look to take trades just because I like to, but I don't just place any trades. I place trades only if I think they're going to be winning trades. And I haven't placed one. So only winning trades is what I like to place. And that continuously finds itself being hex, right? And there's a very easy reason for that. And that's because hex allows you to replicate that end result that you want. And everybody wants that end result. Making more money. Ran over. It's very simple.
Bang, bang.
So it's so when trading is a zero-sum game, then in order for one person to win, a number of people have to lose, right?
You know what's funny? I don't actually think trading is zero-sum, because we're all trading different time frames. We all have different objectives. Trading sum, in my mind, implies we all have the same objective, same P&L, same entry point, same exit point. So, because
let me add a preface because we
ahead.
got it right. I will say trading in a centralized garbage exchange. Maddie has a point, because the problem is they are the one doing the forced liquidation. Because whatever you're seeing, like you said, well, you can't back check what you just said. Seeing the trades in and out, the different people, different wallet worldwide. When it's just like they control the matching engine, you see a bunch of volume, bunch of in and out, but you don't actually know who you're trading against. And a lot of the time, it's bots, it's them, it's the exchange. Because why? There is no opportunity cost. They don't have any cost. Their trade is basically free. When you do that on the blockchain, you got to pay that cost. You got to pay that trading cost. It's for real. We can check the wallets. We can check the addresses. We can see all the coins they have. You can see those are real. You know what I mean? So this is where, on the grand scheme of things, decentralized, I agree with you. On the centralized, I agree with Maddie, because they are making that fucking place zero-sum game. What do you think? Even the big centralized exchange, not just crypto, because they learned that from who, right? The fucking Robinhood and the shit. What did keep listing the dog crap? It's just rinse and repeat, people.
Yeah.
What with the program?
Hold on. Do people even know that there's 2 types of meme coins? I literally recently just discovered this.
It's insane. Like, they take it to the corners every fucking single time. They run the narrative. They do the thing. Oh yeah. This how. Oh yeah, it's gonna get listed, and then dump on your face. What happened? Mark my word. I'm about to be Nostradamus again. The shit garbage. Richie's peak went sideways, and now it's in the downward spiral, ready to go to the death mode. It's just like, I wouldn't be surprised if in another couple months.
But did you know that one that you're talking about? That one, because I don't want to say the name, but that one that you're talking about. Did you know that one is a replication of the other one, but on ETH? That's all it is. There's nothing more.
I know. It's just garbage. And they're going to tell you, and then they're going to pay the FutureUs. They're going to be, Maddie, we got development, and We're going to build this. We're going to all promise bullshit. No finished product.
When I found that out, I was shocked. I was honestly shocked. Honestly shocked. Like, how is this
leverage
even a
the
real
fact that they throw some of the money at Vitalik, which burning and this and that. But the point of the matter is, there's no actual development. And then at the end, when you lose all your money, they're gonna laugh at you. Hey, remember when we told you it was a meme? Ha ha ha! Jokes on you. And you lose all your fucking money. And then who's laughing then? Like, it's just, it blows my mind. Like, how many times you need to see this to learn? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's mind blowing.
It's bullish for
Hey,
us.
you're gonna learn today, you know, one way or another.
It's just crazy, man. You know,
We know at least the Quang gang crew and most Mexicans unaffected. So
let
ahead.
me kind of like, you know, for the audience here who, you know, I've started to meet some of them at these meetups, and like, they are so smart. They listen to all of our streams. And so like, to take this one level even further. So let's say that, sure, some people, if they've been in Hex long enough, maybe they've been cured of the trading bug.
Good. I like that.
How you put it. Then the game that we start to play with ourselves is, you know, when people take profits in Hex, right? So we see people are selling Hex. They are trading with their future selves, because everybody who owns Hex pretty much knows, for the most part, that it's going to be much more valuable in the future. So for people to buy a Rolex now, or anything, right? Like, to buy anything now, let's even say if you don't have that much Hex, let's say if you have very little, let's say you just got in with $200, right? Like, now every dollar you spend extra on things that you're not saving for your future self, it's almost like you're trading with your future self if you know what's about to happen. What do you guys think about this?
I agree. How can you not agree?
Especially if you're not at the t-shirt count you want to be. If you're in the accumulation zone, you definitely don't want to trade that off, because you're building for your future self. Because I want to preface this: if you're at a phase where you have done that, you have done the work, you have delayed gratification, you have your t-shirt preservation, you got your stuff stacked, and then you're going to buy the Rolex, big up to you. You know what I mean? But if you're on that early phase, like Manny just said, you got your $200, you just heard about it.
I can't go buy a DeLorean or a Rolex.
So
I can't do it because I'm not willing to do it. You see what I'm saying? And that's a personal decision. That's all. It's just like you said.
I mean, so I'm having to make the decisions now, right? Because I want to go on this tour, like,
to be your devil advocate,
and
you're living your 1% life.
What I'm finding myself doing is like staying with relatives and friends and family, like not spending money on a hotel. Because do I want 100 hotel stays in the future, or do I want one now? Right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, a couple things from Maddie specifically. Number one, he's executing his plan. He's living the 1% life that he said he would. The DeLorean is great marketing, because right now he's driving, he's promoting Hex and everything. So to some degree,
I had no idea how good it would be. People flock to it.
Yo, it's.
I like those doors, man. It looks like it look like a Lambo.
And they listen about Hex more. It's amazing. It's really cool.
You're back to the future, baby. Hey, Maddie, we're gonna get all those boomers, man.
So that's pumping my bag in the end, which you know, that doesn't make it feel like, I know it's a sacrifice, right?
But not really, right?
Well,
and we were gonna get there because it's about making efficient use of the capital.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly.
This is what I meant by you living that 1% life, because again, perspective compared to what you have and what you have daily gratification for, it really is 1%, because it's really about that percentage ratio. It could have been a DeLorean, could have been a Lambo, or it could have just been a regular car. I said this on many streams before, Quant Gang, whatever the purchase is, could be a house. You know, my good friend Dan, you know, he bought the house here in Dubai, sick view. We're on the it's the most penthouse view. It's crazy. But the point of the matter is, you know, he's at a level like me where it's like he delayed gratification, and the big purchase should never be more than 10% of your net worth. And I'm being nice because I know some of you guys have hardcore, are not hardcore like me with delayed gratification. When you're on level 4, it should be less than 2%. And I've said it many times. But bare minimum 10. Because when you delay that gratification, you do that. Number one, you're not going to feel bad when you sell. Number two, what's going to be more amazing is you're going to enjoy that thing long fucking term. Nice things cost money. Whether it is a house, condos, DeLorean, whatever, there's upkeep fees. And if you don't listen to that basic math that I just said, what ends up happening is that just like the stupid Federal Reserve, the upkeep fees are going to start becoming the plague, eating your wealth away. Like a fucking monthly payment on the fucking credit card, that keeps getting bigger and bigger, minimum payment, or like the interest payment on the debt that you let run away to a point where your debt to GDP is just insane. That's what we're saying. That's the key. Build enough, get to where you need to be, and then start living your best life.
Well, and I know that I'm staked just right because I am at that level where like I can do things, but I don't want to spend the most amount of money possible, again, because I don't want to trade with my future self.
Exactly.
And I don't know. It just seems like more realistic, like more grounded to be taking the approach of, you know, not just wasting money.
Yeah. Again, that's one of the ethos, right? And it goes back to what you were asking me about, you know, just joke a little bit about if my lady one day got more t-shirt than me, would I be upset? Absolutely not. Because I know the test of a high Q hex is. And if you get to that point and you got more than me, that's amazing to me. That means you mastered delayed gratification, because I'm pretty high up there. So for you to get there, you're doing something good. And even if you're in the vicinity, I look more even you staking length average, you know, like we're joking with Wells, not doing the 14-year plus, because it shows more about you, shows more about character, what you say you're going to do. Do you delay gratification? Do you think long-term, or you only worried about tomorrow, next week, or next month? I get it. At some point, that's all I had to worry about. So as I got better, I reinvested in myself so I can start to increase that time frame so I don't have to go backwards. Because those who only worried about what they're going to do all the time next week, next month, they always miss the bigger picture. They always end up being the liquidity. They always end up being the one being emotionally triggered, wrecked, played with. I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. Because you become susceptible victim of the FUD and susceptible victim of the excess greed. Come here, you know, meme coin, da-da-da. Look, you get your money back next week. Tomorrow, look how much because you're on that time frame. Your mind is in that frequency. Therefore, you get susceptible to those triggers. When you change your frequency to long-term delay gratification, all that nonsense doesn't actually hit you, doesn't apply. And you get to see the real wealth building. We talk about price up? Oh, what you talking about? We got that too. Oh, by the way, we got 40% APY. Does that other thing get that? No. So in long term, like a couple of days ago, we got reminded, shout out to Johnny, Chaos, live. Again, we got reminded what a real rock pool looks like. You know, people don't understand. We have seen that, you know, it goes fast to zero and it never comes back.
What happened?
Oh, you haven't heard about this?
Well, this is man, it was epic. And there's a dude that got caught on video. He was live talking about it. It was so funny, putting the chart on screen, and the shit goes to zero, Matty, live on stream.
Live.
They make this shit up. I swear to God. Real talk. It's like
the guy was live streaming himself.
Live streaming, live
pulling all the liquidity.
No. He wasn't doing it. He was just watching the chart. I don't think he was even actually. I don't think he was. Yeah, I don't think he was actually long it. I'm pretty sure he was just talking about it.
Maybe he was just talking. Okay, but he was talking about it like, oh yeah, this hype and there's some music in the background. Anyway, and then he goes, and you can see his face. He's genuinely surprised. The reaction that he has is the best.
Oh, that's funny.
No way.
Yeah, it was like 2,800 a coin to zero, literally. Like the market cap was like 2.8 trillion or some dumb number like that. And by the time they zeroed it out, there was 500,000 left, but they were only able to squeeze out 2.5 million.
So somebody just messaged me the link. That's super conviient. Thanks, audience. Here, let me share this with everybody.
Thanks, audience.
The chat is undefeated, man. Awesome.
I feel like I've got a production team here.
That's right. That's
real ninjas out there. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is what I talk about, man. Everybody has value, however they can. Boom.
Mighty Plane.
That's it.
Cap is $2.168 trillion.
There you go.
And now the market. Oh, it went to zero. Damn, there we go. Squid Games. Sayonara, motherfucker. Oh, good Lord. Holy shit. You've seen it live, baby. You've seen it live. A goddamn rock pool, baby. A live rocking. Wow.
Looks like he was looking for it,
Holy
though, right?
fucking moly, man. That is a live rug pull. What the fuck happened here? What happened here, dude? Good God.
Mighty, roll it back. I want to hear it again.
Good Lord. Yeah, this is where you buy, bro. This is where you buy.
When you start talking about it, before it goes to zero.
Brilliant.
Yeah. All right, let's hear it.
So the market cap is $2.168 trillion. And now the market, it went to $0. $1 trillion. And now the market, it went to $0.
That's it.
Damn! There we go. Squid Games.
Oh,
Sayonara, motherfucker. Oh, good Lord.
Oh,
holy shit.
That was so funny, man. Oh, man. Yeah, that was. People are going to learn, man. They don't want to listen, so they're going to learn the hard way, you know?
God forgive me. Oh, my God.
That's just what it is. Hey, you know what? I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for laughing at all. You want to know why? Because we talk about it all the time. Do not go on that rug pull chain. You get what you deserve, and you give yourself what you deserve, clearly.
So more of the story, live here on Quant Gang, we just showed you this is what a rug pull looks like. Don't confuse a small dip with a rug pull, okay? Don't get that confused, please. So that's so when somebody tells you all this, that, send him this video. So like, no. Let me fact check you. Let me fact check you. Exactly. Let me show you what the definition is. But oh my God, the commentary was crazy. You can see because he didn't expect that.
Nope. Yep. I mean, his reaction was so incredible.
Epic. And he was right after he said 2.8 trillion. Like, ready. Go back to that.
He was confident when he said that shit.
It's almost like the dude was whoever was rocking probably watched it live too.
$1 trillion. And now the market, it went to $0.
It's almost like somebody was watching him and just doing it just to see his reaction.
Oh shit, you called the market cap. Oh, we out. It's
so funny, man. What is this? And people think that it makes sense to put a single cent on that chain. I laugh every time.
And that's the difference between, again, unfinished, no offense. I'm not going to say garbage, but I'm going to say, unfinished promised coins with the real stuff. Because the real stuff is resilient. Always come back. Has real use. Has real network effect. Right? And again, like I said last week, I'm going to say it again. Because we just crossed past 70,000 stakers, which is awesome. Those are not your regular people, your crypto holder. No. Those are like, for the most part, diamond handers. And my favorite word in professional selling, they are, including myself, we are recurring customers. It's the best type of fucking customers you want to have as a business. Period. Full stop. End of story. If Hex was a business, which it could be, again, with the t-shirts and everything, we have the best type of people, delay gratification, long-term thinking, diamond hands, not like, the people that own Berkshire Hathaway, trust me, they're diamond handers too. You understand? On top of that, they understand the value of monetizing time, monetizing your capital, compounding your capital, like Wells beautifully said. So it can't get any better. The best type of people, and they're a recurring buyer. Long-term savings account, the new 401k. Mate, let's do a Google check just for fun. Just be like, again, last time we would keep doing this last year, we keep saying 72 trillion. I think the math probably is more now. Just between US and China, total like money in the CD, fixed income, asset wealth, I think that number went up with all this money printing. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the trillions now.
Excuse me, what number do you want?
The total amount of money that's locked away between like long-term
the CD market.
Yeah, CD market, long-term, or like 401k and stuff, just to kind of show the potential. Remember how we keep saying 72 trillion US and China for a while, but that was before they print so much more money since then. So it's just
Jesus, I found something on compact discs. What the fuck?
Plus the derivative markets on top of that. I wouldn't be surprised if we're near 100 trillion now.
Music scene in Japan is exploding.
Right? I gotta type in size of certificate of deposit market because I'm not getting anything that I want. Like
Whales and I searched both for CD market and got the wrong market.
Right.
Yeah, so my point is like, since a year ago plus, we keep saying 72 trillion. When we did the math, when Hex was kind of launching, now that number has probably went up way more.
And that's when they're punishing.
Yep, exactly.
You know, what is it? Hundreds of billions now, or is it trillions of negative earning?
Oh, it's trillions.
It's trillions, buddy. It's like anywhere between 15. Last time I checked, Wells, maybe you can fact check me.
I think it was 20 trillion last time I checked. Hold on.
Oh shit! So it went up.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say between 15 to 18, but now it would be 20. Matty, it keeps going up. It keeps fucking. This is the reason why now you hear about the 30-year yield flipping the 20-year yield. That creates more negative yield asset, which is even worse. So that number only goes up.
Negative real rates or negative rates themselves?
Yeah, negative yield. Because when the 30 start paying less than the 20, because he has the inversion, it makes it negative yielding because the curve is inverted. And then it creates a downward spiral because the more negative yielding you're creating while your fixed expenses are still there and paying all those things that you're supposed to be paying in terms of the promise to the retirees and all this other stuff. So you're getting less and less money while literally bleeding out of your pocket. So that's going to create even more negative yielding because, again, the system has to default to doing that in order to not collapse. Because if the rates are not going up because they can't, quote unquote, go up, unless you create a catalyst event and you let things fail. And trust me, it's going to fix the rate where it should be because it's artificially held down. It's supposed to be higher because that's where you have a functionable market typically. But they can't let it go up because the whole thing will collapse. But at some point, like we're talking about losing control, they won't have a choice. But if you remember back in the COVID days, well, I don't know if you remember, they were talking about, oh yeah, we're going to have a meeting, the Fed. I'll never forget that. They were talking on a Wednesday, I think, Wednesday or Thursday, talking about, oh my God, we're going to have to meet on next week and decide because, COVID just kind of started. But then the problem got so bad by literally Sunday, they had that emergency meeting. And the next thing you know, they start pumping $1 trillion a day in the system because the whole thing was collapsing. That's real.
Yep.
Because they were sitting there predicting, oh yeah, don't worry, we'll go to the meeting next Wednesday and then we'll decide how much to print, pretty much. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the joke when they talk about debt.
They did it over the weekend. I think it was what it was.
Yeah, it was what it was because it was so fucking emergency. It was like, we can't wait Wednesday or there won't be a market by Wednesday. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's how fucked up it was. It's the same thing where if it gets so bad, because it's algorithmic trading and bots. So sometimes the thing said, listen, the beach ball is too underwater. It needs to pop. And then they're going to let it pop because it needs to breathe. And then, of course, they're going to do damage control. And they're going to come back and, print more money and all that other stuff. But temporarily, the pain that comes in, it's fast, it's swift. It's like a liquidation week.
To be clear, I'm talking about interest rates, not talking about the difference between your interest rate and inflation, right?
Yeah.
So that's a big, economists never thought that anybody would allow a negative interest rate, but that's what's happened in Japan and Europe.
Yep. And when you say negative, let's just preface again, we're talking about the real rates. Because like you were saying, when the interest rate says something, but then the inflation is way higher than the something, that means the real rate is negative. So, and that's what we're experiencing right now. Because those interest rates right now are still showing, 1.6, 1 point whatever. But compared to inflation, it's in the real rate, it's so negative, it's not even funny. Especially with all this crazy money printing that we're doing.
Yeah, but I think it's also important to remember we got a big chunk of negative yielding debt.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, to the tune of 17 trillion, which is nothing to, not to buck an eye at. Like that's a big chunk of money.
Which is fucking insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
Because if that thing were to do what it's supposed to do, fuck, the government that's printing this money wouldn't be able to pay back. Because the interest rate payment that they will have to do, shit, it's going to be, again, the joke, when they keep saying about the military, this and that, that's true back in the day. Now, the biggest cause of the debt and the budget deficit every year that keeps going up like crazy, it's just debt repayment. Maddie, this is the part where they abuse the credit card. You know what I mean?
Well, right now it's like 5% of the GDP, and it's going to go to 30% if rates rise even 1% or something.
Yeah, no, basis points, and it's compounded over 10 years. Yeah. It goes fast.
Correct, basis.
It's very, because it goes exponentially. That's what I'm understanding. And by the way, that's ground that you never gain back. 5%. 5% of a United States, almost $30 trillion. That's like well said. That's not something to shy about. That's a big ass number. So
that's a good point because it's wasteful.
Exactly. And not only the percentage to the pie is increasing, but let's not forget the pie itself is increasing. If we go to 5 to 10%, and in the same period, we go from 28, almost 30 trillion, which is insane, to $40 trillion debt, that's a massive increase. Because you got the 10% delta plus the fact that the pie of the debt went from 30 trillion to 40 trillion. Because that's how they hide the number, to make it look small, because the total debt keeps rising too. So they could keep telling you, hey, Maddie, we're only 5%, 6% of the debt. But the total debt that you're quoting from constantly goes up. The ceiling, so to speak, right? The joke, right? Well, debt ceiling. What ceiling?
No, exactly.
What ceiling? That shit's on a parabolic rise. It should be a chart by itself.
Yeah.
Of a coin going up.
It's a joke, bro. It's a
joke. It's a market cap coin. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Yep, that clock, my favorite website.
There you go.
Ooh, look at this.
All that
look how fast this move. It's doing like $10,000 a second. That's insane. Just watching this. Nobody can keep up with us. If this was a new coin market cap of coins.
Oh my God, imagine.
Right? In the depth. No, think about it. Think about it. It's a joke, but it's true. Look, money printing, those other coin, circulating supply. Look at it. It's exactly that. Like Bitcoin will be number one. So US dollar is the Bitcoin. China is the Ethereum, right?
Unfunded debt.
Yes.
Right?
Insane.
Total interest paid, 3.4 trillion. U.S. total debt, probably in the 84 trillion. But yeah, this is currency and credit derivatives, 600 trillion, right? So these numbers do get stupid very quickly. And we can even go back in time and we can see, like, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, how bad it was.
Yep, it's insane. Right? Yeah. People in the chat going, wow, yeah, guys, it's some serious quick math out here. It's horrific.
25 to almost
10,
30.
Yeah, 10 to, just to do an eye test, looking at the screen for Maddie, if I count a second real quick, it's doing about 10 bends a second.
More than that.
Tick, yeah, 10 to 15 like per tick. Yeah, it's insane. And it constantly ratchet higher and higher. It's insane. And then quick shout out here to Marco. He was talking about what's worse about that rock pool before. Apparently, there was something in the code that was preventing people to sell. And some people
you couldn't sell at all.
I bet there was.
That's
insane. As you got in, you couldn't get out.
I know. And some of the idiots were like, "Oh, it's just fun," instead of going factor. And then now, next thing you know,
so much for that.
You can't get any more classic rock pool scam than that. Get in, can't get out. Well, clearly, jokes on them, because somebody definitely got out. You feel me?
Yep.
This wasn't
that
them.
last person, which was the first person, so it was actually the opposite of Squid Game.
Damn. Let's see how many seconds it take for it to do 1 million.
Not long, bro. Probably like 20 seconds.
2, 3, 4.
And remember, technology is also advancing exponentially, and so this would almost be a balanced system. The only problem is when we deal with exponentials, even a small asynchrony or a hiccup, right, in the technology game really makes it so that all this money printing can be problematic very suddenly, right? And so the answer in the end is for people to wait longer, to delay gratification, and that balances the system no matter what you're using, whether it's dollars or hex or whatever. The solution to our monetary problems, to our sick monetary environment, is people waiting, being patient, being incentivized to do so.
Yep.
That's what's going to fix this. And maybe throwing over governments, or maybe a much more peaceful thing of just making sure you can onboard into crypto, and even having peer-to-peer and privacy, right, at some point, are going to be important pieces of the puzzle. Because right now what's happening, I think that's kind of interesting, is when new people are confronted with, yeah, you have to wait 7 days on Coinbase, 5 days on Dharma to get your money, it makes it seem like crypto is the part that's messing up and that's restricted. But really, it's their own dollars that they're not able to use how they see fit.
Exactly. Well, fun fact, I roughly calculate about 50 seconds. It takes about roughly a minute, so 50 seconds for this debt to go $1 million. That's insane, guys. That's insane. We're growing about $1 million in debt per minute. Whew. Do the math on that. That's insane. People need to wake up. And then that's how they're stealing the wealth from the future, from everybody.
Yep. Right
from
there.
the grandchildren, you know. That's the sad part.
I mean, they do everything in your face. They don't hide anything. This is why I don't understand why people act surprised. Like it's not a secret, like at all. So the number I was able to find was that as of 2018, March 31st, the size of the vanilla CD market in multiple currencies was the equivalent of $367.5 billion. And this was 3 years ago. So 3 years ago going on 4. So who knows what it actually is now.
Yeah, growing at a compounding rate. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's how those people are being penalized with this stupid debt growing so fast. Yeah. You're right. Hexagon Greenheart sucking the people dry, literally siphoning the value, minimizing the debt that they created. Meanwhile, they're taking the real assets, right? Your land.
Oh,
your
yeah.
house,
Who's the biggest landowner in the country?
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Remember, hey, you will own nothing and you'll be happy, right?
Exactly.
Garbage.
Yep.
And then in the future, you don't got the right paperwork, the right passport, the right whatever. Again, more financial hurdle. People can't travel, can't do this. That's how they're gonna just lock you away to a point where your financial status will sadly dictate your relevance. It's very sad. Yeah, but again, that's what we do. What we do. That's why we do those streams. So hopefully, you know, people see the big.
We're working. No worries.
We're working for sure.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, you know, you talk about product market fit, 367 billion as of 303 years ago, and that's just for people that can have bank accounts, right? Because this allows people all over the world to have a CD account. You don't have to have access to a brick and mortar bank or some online bank in order to be able to do this. You can just do this on your phone, and that's it. You know, so it's a different beast altogether.
Yeah, so that 360 whatever, easily conservative should be like 1.2, 1.5 right now plus.
It'd be trillions of dollars easily.
Yep, and then like you perfectly said, when you readjust to actual population and the money that's out there, where with Hex all you need is a smartphone, literally. It involves trillions being printing out there. It's just that's where product market fit comes in even more, and that's why it matters, because for people to understand what's to come, you know, and they're not done printing more and more money.
Nah,
we've seen this play before, so
they're definitely not.
Yeah, this is another 2017 move right here in the making.
It's been almost a year since fees were low enough to really give people access, and you know, the whole DeFi space has been paralyzed by whatever the problem is, right? And it's the miners controlling everything and not allowing ETH 2.0. Like, look at Pulse Chain. Those of us, I think we're all in the, you know, inside game theory chat and stuff. Like, we know how it's going to work. So we know it's possible today, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
So that proves that Ethereum is corrupt. It just proves that they have the wrong design. And so Hex is the right design for a store of value. And Pulse Chain is simply copying and pasting and improving.
Keyword, yeah. There's definitely
a lot of moving parts.
I can't stress that enough. That is the
lot
rocket
of the moving parts.
People don't understand with Pulse Chain. I'm not going to throw too much opium, but Ethereum was not and still is not deflationary. Pulse Chain will be at launch. Even with all these crazy fees we've been seeing lately, they have had few deflationary blocks here and there. And for the new people, that just means more EIP 1559, whatever, more were burned than issuance. But still, as a whole, now that the fees are trying to calm down, whatever, but they might not last long, it's still not fully deflationary. Maybe next year, whatever it might be. Pulse Chain is going to launch fully deflationary, ready to go, ready to scale with the higher and faster throughput. So that's going to be really, really awesome to watch. So can't wait. And just be able to onboard people with pennies and watch just the Hex price skyrocket. All those $200, $300 buys, $100 buys, it's even $50 buys going to start making sense. People are going to start really stacking. You're going to be like, yo, $10? What do I do? Buy this? Well, should I order this sandwich or should I buy some?
Right.
Like the watch, bro.
Difficult decision.
Yeah, and then watch the price double. They'll be like, yo, got 2 sandwiches. Next thing you know, boom, positive reinforcement. Now you're building wealth even $50 at a time. Next thing you know, a month goes by, you put $50 every couple of days, every week, this, that. Couple of months goes by, your stacks start to look nice. Maybe you got $1,000 in. Now your T-shares start to be kicking in. You see your daily payout goes up. I mean, it's gonna be insane. We're just victim in a way. Sadly, I hate that fucking word, but at the mercy of the stupid Ethereum blockchain. You know what I mean? Like I deal with those tickets all the time. And I'm like, I can't wait. There's so much money on the sideline, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is,
people,
man. You know, it is what it is, and this just highlights how big Pulse Chain is going to be.
Yes, sir.
I bought so the stake I was telling you guys about. It was 10,000 hex right before big payday that just came out. So it was an initial investment of something like $100, and it was just my little in your face to Bitcoin stake. Right, I have one yearly stake that is, you know, my big one, but then I had this tiny little, you know, just side one to be celebrating Bitcoin's white paper birthday, which is also Halloween, which is one of my favorite holidays. And yeah, so let's look at how much it costs to end that stake, right? Because it was a 350-day stake. It was going from day 350 to day 700, and it cost like $350 to end the stake. The initial investment was $100
a day. That's ridiculous.
And it was, with big payday and everything, it was $1 a day. With big payday and everything, it came out to like maybe $3,300 worth of hex. And so that's like a 10% feed just for ending the stake, just for counting out all the interest.
I've heard chunks as high as 25%, 50% of a stake.
Of course, yeah. If I had made a smaller stake, you know, it would have been it could have been way bigger. So there's so much corruption happening, right? And then, oh gosh,
on that ETH for me, you know.
Then I couldn't convert USDC to ETH because I ran out of ETH. You know, it's just stuck transaction trying to lowball the.
You got to do it quick before it's working days over. I mean, this is what's hilarious in a way, and why we do what we do. And thank God, like we've been preaching, you know, longer pays better, because long term, Pulse Chain is going to fix a lot of that, and also in the long term, fees should go lower. So because you will lower the percentage, like you said, the ratio between what's been earned versus what's being paid for the fee. So,
right.
So be
Because you do
smart.
have to pay fees now, right?
Exactly. Be smart. Don't do those short stakes because you're gonna get burned unless you got stupid money. But most people don't. So you know what I mean? Because when you got stupid money and you're doing hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars stake, whatever, then again in ratio talk, your daily payout pays the fee, so it's no big deal. But in the macro sense of the term, longer pays better for a reason. Use it. The less you have to interact with the garbage Ethereum blockchain, the better you'll be. Now, it's not going anywhere, but right now it feels like garbage, so I'm going to say it's garbage. Once they fix it, however long it takes them, if they fix it, then we can talk about it. But once Paul Chain launch, I'll be just happy to be like, hey, I got the substitute. I get the money printed on both sides, but the new money coming in, all for the easy onboard, I love the fact that they're going to be able to get in at a relatively low cost. So that to me is very exciting.
Yes, sir.
Hex is cheap at 25 cents.
Oh, that's a freaking giveaway.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. We're curving up already, ready to pop. Like I told people, bottom is in. So may never see that 19 cents again. So be prepared. Because once it runs, it says see you later. Next thing you know, you blink, right? Hex is 30 cents.
That's the funny thing. If you blink and it does drop to 19, you're going to miss it.
Yeah, either or, exactly.
Yeah, you're going
But
to
in
miss
the balance of probability, again, maybe that's the time we can start talking charts. But in the balance of probability, because I'm not sure what I see here, but in the balance of probability, at any time, because if does an all-time high, again, we've seen 2019, do the little run up, all-time high, then the money rotates. But if you're not in position before the rotation, you miss the rotation and you get left behind. Don't chase the 5% peanuts pump, no offense, but Richard talks about all the time, and then you miss the 30% pump. That's what people don't get. You know, $4,600 Ethereum, that's cute, but that's just 2% move. Like it's nothing. You can get this in a 1 hour candle, 30-minute candle with Hex, you know, not even.
Yeah, I don't get it, bro. I don't
So,
get it.
Hey.
When MetaMask does their airdrop, I'm gonna sell everything I own instantly. Hex is gonna pump so hard.
Yeah, right? And they need to fix their stupid fee first because it's just insane. Because sometimes people do the MetaMask swap, they get even more.
They put something on top of that bad boy.
Definitely, it's more than the regular
0.8%.
Yeah,
85 is it? 85 basis points, 85 hundredths.
Yeah, they added a 0.3 bips on top. I'm telling you.
What? It's 88 now?
I think it's because they don't always have to approve, or maybe they do now. But there's no approved fee like there is on Machu using it for the first time.
0.8, 0.08. Regular Uniswap is 0.5, 0.05. So.
Man, fucking highway robbery, sirs.
And if you put in percentages, it's like 60% increase. Goes from 05 to 08, right? That's almost a 60% increase. Bang bang.
And we had announcements about Pulse Chain today as well.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that.
And so testnet version 2 is out or live tomorrow, says Redbird.
Yeah, it's gonna be so nice, man. I can't wait for that to come out. It's gonna be so liberating. It's not even gonna be funny.
Bang freaking bang, as always.
Yeah, I mean, people are gonna love that. People are gonna love that.
Definitely.
What kind of shorts do we have here?
What kind of what?
What?
Charts? I don't want to switch to Wales' screen before he knows that I'm doing it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. There wasn't any charts, but you can switch now.
No, well, I can go first while Wells is preparing. So either or.
I'm already ready, but I don't care. You can go first if you want. It doesn't matter to me.
All right, let me make mine quick and short, and then you can get yours. Because it's funny, I'm watching the sun rising here. It's a beautiful view. So far, maybe on the way out, I'll show you guys a quick outside, but it's funny. It's a little foggy, but I just realized it's like 7 a.m. That's hilarious. Okay, 1 second. Just loading.
People are saying good night. People are saying good morning.
Right. We're worldwide, man. Hike style. That's what we do. That's what we do.
Hit the like and subscribe button if you've been getting value from this stream. Turn on the bell notification so you can see when I start going live on the road. Or I kind of want to do a stream with people who are going to be speaking at the Hex conference, you know, people who maybe we haven't heard from as much.
Yeah.
Yes.
People know what I'm going to say. Don't got to hear from me.
People are lucky that you stream so often and that we get to hear from you and all your genius points.
Perhaps. I don't know about genius, but perhaps. Oh, man.
One second. Just 1 second. It's loading here. All right, cool. Let's do this. Share my screen.
Can't believe it's already November, man. Jeez.
I know, right? Time flies.
Yeah, that was one quick year. I think I got. I think I have a stake that's a year old already, and down for one more, and that's it. I think, or is it the 22nd? I gotta check. I don't know. I gotta check.
Could be loading here. Well, while it's loading, quick update here, which is pretty cool. So today I want to start with DXY, which is first, just to show people what we've been talking about when we've been talking about a little bit over the weekend with the bond market and stuff. So again, it's doing its thing, curving up, playing the fractal on its way to do the same thing that he has done back in 2018. So now you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So make sure I don't know if it's me or not because it seems like it's lagging a little bit. So I wasn't sure. So, but the major takeaway is, again, it's getting stronger and stronger, following the same thing. We're 94 now strong. And what people need to understand is the higher this thing goes, again, back to the plumbing, that means that anytime, anything can break. So if you watch this really nice W pattern, all you traders out there, you usually know what comes next. At any time, we can get a nice pop all the way here, and that's going to mess up the plumbing even more. So you can see the DMI coiling up, ready for another move, probably similar to a move right here. So it's important because stronger dollar long-term is going to affect, obviously, crypto and definitely Bitcoin. So I always want to remind people, keep an eye on that because it's very important. Because anything above 94, to me, is a big deal. And over the weekend, when I saw that big thing here, I'll be like, okay, they're serious about this tapering thing because we had the dip briefly. I thought, we're going back below, but then it bounced back up right where it was. So it's still doing what it's going to be doing. So keep an eye on that, which is very, very important. Obviously, Bitcoin doing its thing, but we still haven't seen that same 67K that he had before, but it's doing its thing. So enjoy the pump when he can. Broke out of that triangle that he had before, lighted on the 4-hour chart. But the thing that I'm the most impressed, I would say, will not be this. It will more be Ethereum, really, really, really pushing. And you can see that on the Ethereum to BTC pair, how it's really on a nice tear, Buzz, NFT, but also miners purposely keeping the gas price very, very high so people can't really trade. That makes coin not really moving, and they're sucking the rest of the liquidity out. So it's easy for price movement to happen. And the cool thing about Ethereum is the better it does, the better Hex will do in the future, which is great because we'll move as a function of a square. And we just don't want that in Bitcoin to crash. That's my only thing I'm looking out for. So as long as it doesn't crash, then we don't have to worry about it too much. But again, briefly here.
Shout out to Hex19 for the $50 super chat. As always, great stream tonight. Best to you guys and all Hexicans. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. So this is consistent power showing that Ethereum is beating Bitcoin's ass. So see how DMI doesn't even cross. It just kind of flirt but that's a strong trend. So it's good to see, because all that new Bitcoin that comes in, let me get this out of the way, it gets rotating to Ethereum real quick. So, and in the long term, it's going back to previous, it's going to go retouch that zone from previous all-time high in terms of ratio, and maybe it can just explode from there, but it's a wait and see. But it's literally really nice about to exit this triangle, because that's going to be a big deal, because it's over 7,000, which is 7% of a Bitcoin. So it's like 7.2 right now. But when you zoom out, that long-term channel from way back when this thing breaks out, I'm not going to sound crazy, but I want you guys to understand something. This is the little Easter egg of the day. Always Easter egg comes in after almost 4-hour stream. Look at the pattern here, right here. I want you guys to memorize this. When there was a heavy long-term trend and then it broke out of it, look at what happened. I'm seeing the same pattern here. When this thing pops, it could easily go crazy. You guys remember in 2017 when after Bitcoin had its run, whatever, Ethereum just went crazy at some point, almost temporarily. People thought they was about to flip Bitcoin. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
I say, watch this chart. You heard it here first on Coin Gang, because at any time, Ethereum can start to leave Bitcoin behind in terms of growth potentials and stuff, and start to really run. November is also Ethereum's time, because usually the end of the year push, they can really start to go. So the thing is in the play, long-term trend line, which got respected twice, getting to a point where it's a perfect setup. So chart it, you know what time it is. Don't be surprised if Bitcoin stay where it is, or 63, range bound, whatever, between 60 and 65, but Ethereum start to run all the way to 5K plus and all that stuff, because it's very easy to do just by rotating those Bitcoins. Because if it becomes just 8 to 10% of a Bitcoin at 60 something, that's a $6,300 Ethereum. That's insane. Which means at roughly almost 8% of a Bitcoin, which is close to the double top area that went on. Let's do a major move just for fun. It goes from here to here. It's like 8%. From here to here, it's like 14%. So from current price, right, when you get a 10 to 14% move, you're getting, again, $5,200, $5,500 Ethereum. I can see that very quick. When that happened, obviously, Hex follows and will pump even harder going into December. That's why the positioning is important. So the Easter egg of today is to watch this chart here, Ethereum to Bitcoin, because it's about to pop and really show, because then everybody knows it's alt season after that. So understand that. Very important. And then moving to Hex, which is pretty cool. So again, I double down on what I said. I believe the bottom is in. So, but more importantly, when you look at it from the chart perspective, we're seeing the same pattern that we have seen before here. Before we went up almost 400%. It's the same that's been playing out here. It's the same that I've seen over here. And I'm going to fact check that with the DMI. There's a fractal that I keep seeing, which I love. So, Maddie, hopefully the brightness people can see. But I circled 3 important things. This one that we're forming right now, this one that's here, and then this one over here, which is from back in the day during the big payday. And every time we did this big payday around here, we went up 500%. This one here, we went up about 3.7x. And this one here we're forming is most likely going to be doing that. That's why, like Gerardo said, average of 3.7x. So is it too bright, and can you guys see the screen pretty well? The coloring? Kinda. Hold on. Because sometimes the brightness is not always. I like it like this, but sometimes people can't see the. Hold on. Let me just zoom in. So if you can see, it's always when the selling is at this level, this is why I have this trend line. Let me zoom out to explain. It's a big deal because it never usually gets to this point. But when it gets to this point, it always ends up with a massive pump on the next wave. Same thing here. You got here, massive point. You got one here, massive point. And we got to that point, we double top it twice perfectly, and it's getting ready for the massive point. So point in case. We'll start here with big payday. You can see the W pattern forming on the blue. The reason why DMI is so powerful is because it literally acts like your MACD, because you can just trail the selling pressure, which double top and start to trend down, and the buying pressure, which double bottom here, W pattern, and then start to go on a run. And this is where we got that massive 100% candle in one day. But you can see the formation, how it's doing the W, not making a lower low. Because DMI is so good, you can even chart it. That's how good it is. Today is a little more advanced. Usually I just show people the regular cross to make it simple, just kind of spin food people. But every now and then you can control when, irrational behavior, new people just capitulating, selling when they shouldn't be. So sometimes it could create a mixed signal. But you know where the market maker is. When the market maker creates a double bottom like that, and I talked to some friends, we're letting you know that it's not going to go below this. And then after that, selling pressure come down, people run out of hex to sell, and then we take that baby for a ride. And this right here was big payday time, right around here. W pattern, we get the wick, never make a lower low, stay stagnant, and then we go for a run. And for those who don't know, let's just do it for fun. Measure move, right? 440%. At the top of the wick was almost 500%. That's what we're talking about when you see this setup. Very, very powerful. W pattern on the buying pressure, selling pressure comes down, run out of hex to sell, we go for a run. Case study number 2. Where are you? Right here. Same thing. You see W pattern on the blue, buying pressure. Find the bottom, goes, get rejected, come back, find the same bottom, W pattern. Selling pressure cools off. People run out of hex to sell. Next thing you know, we go for a run. Let's zoom out. Where were we? Bang, bang, bang. Can't make this shit up. Right here, right after sacrifice time. And then from here, let's do a measure move. Just for fun. Beauty of coin game, right? All the way to the top. 361, almost, again, 3.7x move. Now, why is that important? Last but not least, bang, 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 where we are. Literally. This is free alpha from Quant game. First thing, double top, triple top even. Selling pressure. Cool down. Why is this important? Because it's perfectly symmetrical to buying pressure. Market makers say, nah. This is the motherfucking bottom. You will never make my coin go lower than this because I won't allow it. Period, full stop, end of story. Find the bottom, double W, and now it's starting to rise back up. And this is in the cooling phase. People are running out of hex. So chances are, right by mid-November, there's going to be a climax here. Or the market maker could just wick it up. But you're seeing the same pattern literally as here. We're here. We're in a cool-off zone. But make no mistake, once it crosses, it runs so fast, you won't even be able to catch it. It's too late. You wake up, price is up 50%, and you don't even know what the fuck happened. So this is advanced DMI analysis, okay? Usually you guys only know about the cross, but those are the formation. It's so good that this is how, without even looking at the MACD, you can spot all the bullish divergence because all you got to do is just track blue. It tells you what's going on. On the daily chart, of course, market makers. The setup is in play. We got the W. Now we're just waiting for the cool off, which is going to happen naturally as people take profits or panic sell or either dump their fucking coin or stop panicking to allow the price to do what it's going to do. but it's going to do what it's going to do. And tracking at this junction here, zooming in, it looks like by mid-November, somewhere around here, possibly sooner, but it's looking like it's going to cool off. It's going to cross soon. So we're right around this area here. Usually within a week, fireworks happen. And again, in the balance of probability, when that fireworks happens, we have a tendency to go up 3.7x. So if I were to do a major move just for fun, we got our bottom, we got our W, just for fun. Obviously, Hex tends to outperform, but you know, I can't even, hold on, just for fun. Give it to me. And make no mistake, I'm giving you guys all this free alpha because I understand that the power is in taking action. Those who take actions are going to be the one that's going to win. Like I said, it's in dips like this that I became a super shark. You want to be a super shark? That's what you got to do. Because dips like that are so rare. And then when he goes up, let's say just for fun, look at this. Can't make this shit up. Well, you see this? 3.7x is literally $1. Can you hear me, Maddie? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't lose anybody. I was about to say, oh my God, have I been talking to myself again? That would be crazy. So,
no, only in the Ukraine.
You're only in the Ukraine, you're hilarious. But look at this. Can't make this shit up. When we get out of this and we pump back up faster, if we do what the average return that we do usually in about 30 days, 3.7x average return from the bottom where we are roughly. If I just take the bottom of those average wicks, you know, not the actual wick down, but just the average at 3.7x, which is 370% roughly, that's $1 hex right there. So I can't make it any more clear than this, okay? Today is free alpha day because I want to give a little bit advance, you know, because the DMI is that important, but you can also analyze it like a chart because it really is showing you all the bullish and bearish diversion because it's really just that good. And to shut down some of the haters on Twitter that don't know what they're talking about, because it's not my fault if they can't read, you know, how chart actually works. And again, until proven otherwise, until the price comes here, what I've said on Twitter, my call, and whatever the shout out to the 500 some people of you out there that like the post, we're all in agreement. So the hater can hate all they want, but until I see the price go below this thing here, I'm right when I said the bottom is in when I saw this wick. But again, the moral of the story is not just for me to be right. The moral of the story is I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm tracking the pattern that I care about, which is this, the W pattern, which I have seen many, many times play out again and again. This is on a 4-hour chart. You get to see it never goes below here. It double bottom, and then now on the 4 hours, it's about to hit climax. Once it hit climax, it's going to pop. And once it pop, get out of the way. And obviously, I like the daily because it's better, more clean. Again, we did the W. We actually did a higher low on the W pattern, which is even more bullish because it's a bullish double bottom when you double bottom with a higher, basically a higher low. And now it's just in a cooling phase. Just need to be patient, but it's gonna pop soon, which means the Hex fire sale is about to end very, very soon. So be ready. We have great catalysts coming up too. We still haven't even had the snapshot yet. People forget that. That's gonna be massive. And then the December event is coming around the corner too. And usually stuff starts to pump ahead of schedule because we're going to celebrate Hex birthday and stop. Make no mistake about it. So I understand that. And just for fun, which I rarely use, but just for fun, you get to see how stupid oversold the MACD is, which is just, it's not even funny. But you get to see what the DMI already showed you. It's going down, but you can see the buying pressure start to rise. So once he goes here and he flips, it's going to cross and it's going to run. But you get to see the bullish diversion, right? Price doing the thing doing this, but then this doing this over here, which you can see all of that in DMI because you get to see the W pattern, which has repeated itself many, many times. And this is why this is quant game. It's not filling. So for any haters, if you're watching, when I tweet something, because I'm very busy, it's because it's important. And I say what I say because I track and I can back it up with the math or my analysis. Is it 100%? No. But in the balance of probability and all the scenarios that I've seen before and the dips that I personally participate in, that's what typically ends up happening. We get this, we cool off, we launch. We get this, we cool off, we launch. And you can see the intensity, the red. We get this, now we're in the cool off zone. When we're done cooling off, we're gonna launch. The question is, are you gonna be in position, yes or no? So when you add that, you add everything we talked about, you add how Ethereum is doing good against Bitcoin right now, which is very important to monitor because that's gonna pop. It's gonna make Ethereum more valuable. Higher Ethereum value means good for Hex long term. Make no mistake. Richard said it many, many times. We actually get richer. Funny enough. It's not like we're wishing ill on Bitcoin. We just don't want it to crash. So it doesn't have to shit on Ethereum. But if Ethereum pops out of this triangle, man, be ready. It's going to be a wrap. This is how the famous time when Ethereum went from $300, ran all the way to $1,300 and almost became 50% of a Bitcoin. This could be one of those moments. That's why I'm monitoring this chart here. I don't care about a Bitcoin. It's like, it's too slow. I just like it to be stable so it doesn't shit the bed. But this is where you want to be. And if you're not in position for Hex, well, make no mistake, the opportunity is about to close soon and the trend is about to leave the station. So make sure you're in position. And with that, Maddie, I yield back. Thank you for...
I want to make it clear to everybody, when Karim switches back to his StreamYard screen, that becomes like a security concern. So that's why I switched the screen. I was distracted trying to reinitiate the Hex conference tickets for this next week. So buy your Hex tickets, and then I won't have to look at that whenever we're doing the stream live. So
perfect segue.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
And you don't have to do a super chat. Like if I'm looking at the stream, which I normally do, like, 90% to 95% of the stream for multiple hours. If I'm looking at it, then I'll obviously like put up the right screen. So thanks for pointing out that you couldn't see the last 3 minutes of Karim's presentation. But
oh wait, what?
When you switch your screen back to StreamYard, I switched it to Whales's screen. And then you went back into your charts again.
I'm sorry, yeah, because I couldn't hear you guys. I wasn't sure if, like, remember that time when I was talking to myself for 20 minutes?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't sure. Oh, crap. So, but what about right after I ended? Did they see anything?
No, yeah. Maddie, put it back up.
Put it back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it fixed. It just took like a minute. Like I looked away for 30 seconds or a minute or however long it was, and Eventbrite was like changing the rules about how to copy a ticket thing over. So I don't know.
Oh man, my bad. All right, listen, guys, just put the DMI indicator on, put it on 1414, and then look at that W pattern. Maddie, were they able to hear me, right? At least.
Yeah.
Okay. So just look at it on the chart. You can see the double. I mean, better yet, when Wells runs his chart and is done, we're going to ask him to pull up the Hex chart. We'll point it out again because the pattern is there and it happens 3 times. It happened during big payday. It happened right after sacrifice. And we're forming that same patterns right now. And DMI shows all that. Average return 3.7x, which is literally brings us $1 Hex right on the dot.
Maybe it wasn't me not showing the screen that was a problem. Maybe it was it just wasn't big enough for people on their phones or something. Either way, we'll
ask Wells when he's done with this. We'll just do that. But yeah, guys, sorry about that. I didn't know. Yeah, might didn't do it on purpose. I went back because I wanted to make sure you guys can hear me because
they're saying it was the colors that weren't bold enough or something.
Got you. Yeah, because the basic colors, because I can't change the color because everybody asked me that before, and I told them what the colors are. See, if I change the color, it might be a little bit, but I'll try to make it more bolder, like the same color but more engraved. So, and guys, increase the luminosity on your screen because sometimes that helps too.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, but Wells, go ahead, and then towards the end we'll pull up a hex chart just real quick.
Let's do it. As always, it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Bid is there. It isn't breaking 20 cents apparently. So, I mean, it seems like the world's ending, but not really. So
just zoom out, right?
Yeah, just zoom out. It's kind of crazy, but it's literally all you got to do. Just zoom out. And this is the first 688 days where Hex, Ethereum, and Bitcoin are compared and price to price, apples to apples performance on a chart. And as you guys can see, Hex in yellow is outpacing Ethereum in orange and Bitcoin in, I guess that's a little red down there. I mean, 105 to 23 and then 105 to 4. So
nice.
I mean, it's not much of a competition with T-shares way ahead of the game at 203. I mean, 203,000, 105,000 for T-shares and Hex respectively, where Ethereum is at 23,000 on its index and Bitcoin is at 4,000. I mean, this is the first 23 months, 22 months in, 23 months in. I mean, this is crazy. Right? This is insane performance.
Bang bang.
So, yeah. This is remember this.
So it can't continue, right? Too good to be true.
It's going to continue. It's this line, this trend line right here literally determines that it has to continue. So the price could fluctuate all around this line. But at the end of the day, the longer you hold on to this line, the higher the value of this line is going to be at the end of it. And with that, the higher the value of your bag. So it's really 1 + 1 is 2 from that perspective. So this is why we look at this chart to kind of keep us focused on what matters, which is always a big picture. Intraday moves are cool, but understanding what's going on is what keeps you getting paid day after day, and that's what we really care about. It's
almost like digital scarcity is being created.
Something like that, yes. and it's kind of funny because the system that is Hex is so well designed that this value, like, you can dissect it a million different ways, and there's you find another way to find out that there's value to be had there. It's crazy. So this is one of those charts that just highlights that. This is the Hex post-big payday chart, 350 days, and this is the W Karim was talking about. And it seems to be starting again over here to some degree. Maybe we'll go up like that and drop down again and then just rip again. But we got the equivalent amount of selling. Actually, we got more selling this time around than we did during big payday. So got a chart for that. Yeah, so this chart is comparing all the Bitcoin halvings versus the one and only Bitcoin halving, or Hex halving, and that was big payday. And the price action ever since has been pretty much, a 45-degree angle. So we're expecting more of the same. We shall see. But as you guys can see, strictly outperforming all of the Bitcoin halvings. I mean, the smallest one, we're outperforming it by 58%. So, and this is on a pullback, so quite something. Here we have T-shares in dollar terms versus Ethereum and Bitcoin in dollar terms. And Ethereum is in pink at 100%. And Bitcoin, as you guys know, has been getting pumped. And we're all the way down to 6 3/4%. So pretty slight pullback. But odds are we won't break that 5% mark. But we shall see if they keep pumping that tether like they've been. I checked earlier today. Market cap is slightly higher by about 3 billion, and they were pumping that bad boy by about 2x, or 1x. So it's getting real out there, man. It's getting real out there. They're hurting. They're hurting, and they're trying to pump it really hard. It's not like they're pumping it a little bit. They're pumping it a lot. Like, you can see it in the price action. So they're not caring. And it's the month of November, so be careful out there, guys. This is the T-shares market cap with price of X on it. You guys can see 48.8 billion. One little pullback from a high of 81 billion or so. Hex price 22.83 cents. Right now it's 22.86 or 22.6. So we're just slightly off. Not too bad. Okay. Total value locked per staker is down to 206,000. I really like this chart because it just shows, even if you're not a whale or a squid or whatever, you're on the books as a staker, and on an averaged out basis, right? This is essentially what you account for. Is this 206,000. So every stake matters because every stake is delaying the ability of the system to generate inflation. And that is what props the price up even higher and loftier over time. Let's see here. There we go. Little stock to flow tracker. We got the dollar cost of a T-shirt at $4,426.50. Dollar cost of 10,000 hex at $2,283.05. T-share rate at a whopping 19,213 hex per T-share, giving us an APY of 36.86% and a staking as a percentage of total coins number of 9.89%. And this is why we're encroaching on that 36% mark. Closer we get to 10%. The closer we get to 36 even. Move on to the next chart. And here we have the one of the forward T-shirt rate charts. And as you guys see, we got 19,389. And again, we get this value here from dividing this number by this number and then multiplying it by 10,000. So just to walk you guys through it again, just for simplicity's sake, what is it? 2283.05, which gives us, there we go, the 1.93885, yada yada. Then multiply that by the base rate of 10,000 because that is where the system started, which gives us a 19,388 for the T-share rate. And that's where this value is coming from. All right. And then we look at what the system is asking for. And then we get that delta. And that delta ends up becoming a premium that we're paying because the market is asking for it. So anytime you buy Hex and stake it, there's actually a tax on that. And that tax is this little spread. And this little spread is what I like to call the T-share basis, because that's the little bit more hex you have to put up in order to earn yield from the system, right? In order to earn and capture that inflation from the system, you have to pay up a little bit ahead of time. And this is essentially what the market is dictating that value is. And that's 176 hex per T-share. That's basically what that number is saying. So the further out you go, the smaller the number. Of course, you would divide that by 3. But again, it's all the same math, right? You have to take advantage of time, and the market is forcing you to off the bat to the tune of 176x. So this is what that's saying. Here we have the value proposition chart. T-share payout sum line is a representation of all the hex paid out to every single T-share since day one. So every single T-share has officially earned more than 3,000 hex. We're at 3,017. And price of hex is encroaching on it right now, which is interesting because typically every time it does that, usually not going much lower than that. So be interesting to see what happens there. Here we have the payout index metrics. And as you guys can see, 273,000% just for being staked. This is the same thing as just watching TV and doing nothing and getting paid for it, which is crazy. Payout per T-share index is letting us know the payout has increased 5x since inception. And then on top of that, the payout is stable, right? Because the volatility is strictly to the upside. And you never feel like you're, got to worry about that payment the next day. You know it's coming through because the volatility is never to the downside, always to the upside. So you're always going to get more, if not the minimum, which is the payout per T-share. And then the daily payout index metrics below is just the same value. It's the same metric as the one above, just a different way of looking at it. It's just systemic versus per T-share, but it's ultimately the same. And we have the payout in the payout metrics in just hex terms. 63.5 million hex paid out today, yielding 5.753 hex per payout per T-share in hex terms, and then total T-share count of 11 million trillion shares. Here we get the everybody gets paid chart with the all-time average of hex or the payout per T-share at 4.309.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, man. It's just that thing just keeps creeping, man. It just keeps creeping.
Everybody gets paid. I love that chart.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, bro. 28-day payout per T-share average at 5.789, and the 55-day at 5.872. So this thing is just, hovering along, man. It's hovering along. It's kind of crazy how it's like price knew it was overvalued, right? And now it's coming back, but now it's holding here. So we'll see what it does, because it'd be interesting if it just held there, and did nothing, and then all of a sudden it just ripped up. Here we have the correlation charts, and again, I did a stream on these, so if I'm not going to really spend too much time on them because they just take up too much time.
They're so beautiful, though.
Yeah, I know, but it's just as
I'm
simple as these.
I'm not saying you have to go into it. I'm just saying.
No.
I admire it every time.
I agree. That's the thing, because this is really the only chart you need to know to understand why you need to invest in hex. Hex returns on the x-axis. Ethereum and Bitcoin, because I have a chart for this for Bitcoin also. Y-axis. The dots represent the returns, right, for each respective return for the respective date. So you're going to find the return on that plot, right? Approximately 45% return here for hex, and a negative 3% for Bitcoin here, right? This is basically what this little plot is saying, or this little dot is saying right here. So all these dots represent something, and then that's the Y, right? For Bitcoin, that's the X. And if you look, the dots for hex are primarily on the right side of the zero versus both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Correlation 0. And those are versus the top two assets in the space, the promise coin space, that is. But we only do crypto over here. So this is why we go over those charts, so people can see what a number one coin trades like. And here we have another correlation chart, which is T-shares in dollar terms versus hex in dollar terms. And that still giving us a solid reading of 1 across the board, whether it's 21 days, 34 days, or 55. So price will be commencing rocket ship launch shortly. Has to. No choice.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, no choice. And we have the dollar term chart, price of hex, plus the payout per T share in pink at $1.31, with the adjusted hex value, which is just a summation of the price of hex plus a payout per T share at $1.54. So we're just treading ground. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we went straight to $1.30 from here. I mean, that's literally 4x, 5x. That's nothing. It's literally nothing from here, because we've been going sideways to down for so long, and we've been seeing such a down, like just such selling. It's crazy, and we'll go into that in a little bit. Here's the hex to PE ratio.
Sellers are gonna run out.
Yo, it's crazy, man. And here we're seeing the value that the system is still offering. I mean, amazing value that you just can't find anywhere else, because this is saying you can get your money back within a year to the tune of 17% of 1 year, 17.4% of 1 year. Whereas the all-time low for the S&P 500 price to earnings ratio during World War I was 5.51 times, meaning 5.5 years, not 17% of 1 year. Major difference. We're still somewhere around here, so get ready for takeoff. And this is where the current holders stand versus hex price, right? Interestingly enough, current holders keeps creeping higher, but yet price is not following that. Interestingly enough, that makes no sense. So one or the other will have to correct. And typically that other is price, because price is the only variable. Humans don't just, turn the switch off like that. It doesn't make sense.
That's why we undervalue. Again,
100%.
those are opportunities for those who understand what they're seeing and understand
100%.
what needs to happen.
100%. Definitely undervalued. I mean, in any which way you look at this, look at hex is undervalued, even if price is above these lines. That's the funny thing. Like, no matter how you look at hex, bad boy is undervalued. Current stakers, as of the time of this count, 69,706, but we're like 200 above that already, I think.
Look at this chart, right? Again, look at the time in the early days, right all the way to day 34, the historical low, right?
Yep.
Look at that. When you were below yellow, which almost never happened until that next little dip before the pump from the gold well. So
Take
understand,
advantage.
when you be below low, understand it's very rare, and understand what it
Extremely.
is as an opportunity. Because once he leaves you behind, it's too late.
It's gone, man. It's gone. And this is one of those times. So here we have a current staker to current holder in yellow. So basically, out of every 4 stakers, or every 4 holders, 1 person is a staker. Current holders versus total holders. So trending down a little bit, which is interesting, right? Because it kind of makes it seem like people are exiting. But what it seems to me is that you had a big airdrop here, or a series of airdrops or something, because this just increased at a rate that's not normal. And what we're doing is, it looks like we're heading back to normalcy. That's what it looks like, because this was a long, gradual downtrend, which is basically normal. And here we have current versus total stakers. Basically, if you stake once, you're coming back. And the retention rate, in essence, which is 80%, which is pretty damn good. So that's what we got going on over here. Here we have circulating supply to current holder. And as you guys can see, we've had just supply disappeared during this whole move. I mean, this whole sideways and down move, supply has just gone to, I don't know where. I mean, we've gone from 2.5 million to 2.16. And the market has been trading sideways or down. So who's buying? Somebody's buying it. Somebody's keeping it. Somebody's storing it. Somebody's staking it. Somebody's doing something with it. Right? So this is that chart that lets you know how bullish things are getting. This is how much people are selling. This is how much people are selling. I mean, look at this. Right? I mean, that's a major move in supply that just disappeared now from the market. And no matter what chart you're going to look at after this, is going to be the same story. Staked hex per staker, 901,000. And look at this trend. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? Payout in hex terms per staker, another one that just keeps decreasing because the supply is just getting harder to get, and that's the theme across the board. No matter the chart you're looking at, it's just getting harder to get hex. And here's the doubling chart and where we're at. We're still all the way down here. This is November 12th, and the magenta here. I'm not sure what this day is going to be. I would have to add the 64 days, but November 12th plus 64, whatever that is. So that would be like January 16th or something like that. I don't know, whatever that ends up being. And then the actual, if it stays in line with that, would be 49 days from October 30th. No. Yeah, October 31st, right? What wasn't it, October 31st? Yeah, it is October 31st. So 50 days from that would be right before the new year. So maybe December 20 something. So there's your little date range for those that care. The thing is that if you look at hex, just from where are we? Just from this perspective, right? This is one of those charts that has a lot of information in it, right? But it's hard to see because it's so much data. That payout per T-share, right? Once it starts hanging, like it's been, where it just doesn't really go anywhere, right? And you kind of see it in the price of hex too, because it's the same thing in essence, right? But the thing is that the payout per T-share is going to be a function of all of those hex being paid out multiplied by the price. So it won't
really
be
end stakes where people are selling,
right? Don't, it'll be included because that's included in the payout per T-share, right? Yeah. So that number is baked in also. But the question is just the move in the price versus the move in the payout per T-share, because this is like it's like the thermometer, right? Because it, like, if you look at price, right, the payout per T-share is always kind of more lax versus the price of X, right? Like here was a grind down, here was kind of going, payout per T-share was going sideways, whereas this was grinding down, and this was going up, while this is kind of going sideways relative to how this was going up. So it's those little differences, right, that you gotta that aren't obvious but are there, right? Those are the things that kind of let you see what's going on in the system and when it's slowing down and when the brakes are pumping. Like if you look at the gap here, this little gap that we're seeing here is relatively big compared to the gaps you see elsewhere. Like you don't really even see many gaps elsewhere. So, you know, odds are we're probably done moving here. And if we do get a move down, then shoot, it's going to be a spike and that'll be that. But, you know, the odds of this continuing are very slim just based on the value that the system has been building. Because the thing is, everybody's been buying the dip the whole time. Everybody. So once the sellers are done, right, we come look at the sellers now. I mean, just look at this.
They are done soon. And that's what we're
I
gonna.
mean, come on. Are you shitting me? This over here is big payday. Like, let's throw some boxes on this thing. Because this is here is just insane. Like, where's this damn thing at? All right. This is the month of November, which is big payday, right? The month of big payday happened. That's all of this. Right. That's that. This is now. Literally from the doubling to now. I mean, come on. The amount of selling is insane. What do you think is about to happen to price?
And you can see that double you padded too. Again,
this is going into people's wallets. This is not going anywhere. This is getting staked. Like, this isn't sitting on some exchange waiting to get sold. So this is the most bullish thing that could happen to Hex. Dummies selling. I mean, look at all these bullish divergences. That's a bullish divergence right in your face. This, I don't even know what to make of this. This is just weird. The reason I say it's weird because that's a slower lagging RSI versus a shorter lagging RSI, but both are giving different readings, right? And that doesn't make sense. So odds are that this is just another negative bullish hidden divergence, hidden bullish divergence, basically. Because what we're gonna have to see is for price to recapture this middle band anyway, before we can't confirm that it's bullish. But we do have signs, and that's basically what that is. But I would bet on this being the end of the move right there, because of the volume, basically. I mean, the volume's just been crazy. That's the volume for that day. That spike volume right there. Interestingly, the price kept going down thereafter. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, so in the legacy market, that would typically be the end of the move, just because of the type of candle. But because this isn't like that, this is decentralized, this is different, this is people intentionally selling, right? It's not some random algo-driven statistical move. This is a move that somebody's intentionally doing based on emotion more than anything else. So that's why it's not going to make sense. And that's really the trick to understanding what's going on in a hex chart. Because at the end of the day, all of this is going to lead to another one of these. And that's why I can come up with this. And it's still holding true, interestingly enough. So odds are it's going to stay that way, because time is baking into the equation. And that's the whole name of this game, right? The longer time passes, the more valuable the asset becomes, because it's a productive economic asset. It's always generating value 24/7 nonstop. And that's why Hex is superior. I mean, it doesn't get any more simpler than that. So that's all I got, guys.
People also sold it at 10,000x that they were waiting for.
Yo, so this is why I think we've been seeing all this selling, right? Because it's that psychological level. We hit 50 cent.
But they didn't listen to what Richard said when that happened. I even reposted it on my channel, which I don't normally do. What he said was that was from the all-time low.
Yep.
Not from the starting price.
Correct.
So if we look at the starting price, 10,000x in 2.5 years, that's going to be, I think, 30. No, it'd be like, yeah, $30 to $50 in June.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Which is like less of a number of X's, or it's right around how many it's done per unit of time so far.
Right.
And we're gaining like virality and mass.
Right.
So we're not even that far behind that kind of an outcome. It's kind of interesting to take a look, because when we zoom in and when people check the price multiple times per day, you're going to catch some times when the price dips 50 or 60%. But when you zoom out,
that gives you perspective.
That's not the
right?
case.
Yeah, it gives you perspective, because you realize you were sweating nothing.
It's not the case. So
I mean, you're always gonna have little gyrations like this, and this is what it is. You know, part of the game. When you're riding in a boat or on a yacht or whatever, there's still going to be motion in the ocean. So basically what this is.
Cool. Well, I'm glad we were able to stream for almost 4.5 hours today and be true to our long attention span viewers.
Always. And then, Wells, if you don't mind, again, just pull up the DMI. So I just want to do just a quick minute just to see again that pattern that shows everything with the selling for Hex. And then show the viewers again why, again, market makers are ready to make a move. Don't be fall behind. Because everything else, MACD, RSI, clearly showing you. You see how the RSI is showing that W, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now keep that in mind. It's going to be beautiful. And then pull up DMI, and you're going to see something similar. And it's on the daily, right? On the daily, right?
Yep.
Perfect. And then you get to see, so the zone, the fractal was this pattern that we're seeing right now. Can you zoom in? Yeah, because I can see, but I think they're able to see, right? But yeah, by color, help them out. Leave the red. That's the fantastic. It's just so they don't get confused. It's supposed to be blue and then orange or blue and yellow, but as long as, yeah, that's bright enough. I can see. Now we can zoom in. So the fractal is kind of that W pattern that you're seeing right now. See, because it's W from the bottom, the blue, and it's double the yellow from the top. Right?
It needs to hold here, basically.
Exactly. And then when you kind of zoom back out previous history, we have seen that pattern before. Big payday, right around big payday zone, we had that W right here in the bigger, and then right after sacrifice phase, we have had that too, right around here. You see? So that's what I was showing people. So it double bottom, then it cools off. The orange cools off yellow to show the selling is slowing down. People running out of ammo. And then once it switch, it goes for a run. The moment blue take over orange, it goes massive 3.7x move. So we're doing the double bottom right now, W pattern. Then it's going to cool off. We're not out of the woods yet. But then once it cross, it goes for a run. And that's what I was explaining to show the factor, because it's more advanced DMI, because the W is a bullish pattern, and you see how it did like a higher low.
Right.
So that's what I wanted people to see, so they don't get confused when they hear the FURUs or whatever, because the new people may like affect the chart because they're not staked, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's hard to just wait on just the switch, because we had that climax right around before the W pattern, and we were ready to go.
Right.
That? But then panic seller came in,
and
they got confused, and then they become the liquidity. But no matter what, you can see also the W from the top, the selling only get to a certain point, and then you get spanked. You see?
Yep.
So from the top side, it's like a triple top. It never goes above that certain area, which, because again, it's like symmetrically to the blue. So
Yeah.
I get to see, when was the last time yellow went this high, right around that line when it's like triple top. And you can circle back around big payday, right around some of those areas. When it goes this high, it goes big payday or whatever, then it goes on the massive pump. So the more yellow it does, once it corrects back to blue, it's going to pump even harder. So that was kind of the pattern. The highest, obviously, was right around big payday. In terms of quantity of coins, obviously, we have less now. But you see the same fractal. So yeah, so that was that I wanted to kind of highlight where we are, and then run by mid-November, or the sevens and stuff. Fireworks, baby. So yeah, thanks for showing that.
No problem, bro.
That's all we have.
Pretty much it, brother.
Bang, freaking bang. And Maddie, thanks for being here as always. And the loyal viewers. It's
So
only what?
Huh? It's only what, 9 a.m. there?
Maddie's leading me to it. You spying on me, Maddie? Yes, it's only 9 a.m. Hold on, actually, let me see if I can do something pretty cool. It's a little foggy because it's so early and we're like, it's so tall.
Don't break your OPSEC.
No, I'm not in the balcony. You can't see. It's foggy.
Okay.
And it's tough. It's already hot. You won't be able to see much, but I'm gonna show you just briefly from the view. And start video. Boom. Can you see?
Nah.
Not yet.
No? It's a little foggy today, right? Because we're so high altitude. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I didn't click the. I'm sorry. I got
start cam, right?
Yep. Can you see?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's the
Cool.
dust
It's
haze.
insane, dude. We're so high. We're almost in the clouds. Mind blowing. And it's already like almost 70 degrees, or 80 almost. But yeah, we're very high up. We're on the water here. The view is fucking amazing. But yeah, chilling in the balcony.
Nice.
And voila. Boom, boom, boom.
Well,
thanks for watching.
so Thursday is the 1-year anniversary of Hex Therapy Live. So tune in for that. I'll probably do a review of all the skills we've ever talked about. And then next week we'll be back with Quant Gang episode 42. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hit the like and subscribe button. Check out the links below for all of our individual sites. And we'll see you again next week. Peace out.
Peace.
Peace.